The 2021 Grand Chess Tour continued to its second stop in Paris, as the world's best chess players continued their quest for the tour title. The 18-year-old phenom, Ali Reza Firouzja, thrilled his growing legion of fans by demolishing many of his more experienced rivals. But in the end, it was U.S. superstar Wesley So who completely dominated the event from start to finish, winning by 3 full points over world champion challenger Ian Nepomniachtchi in a victory that makes the American the new leader in the hunt for the championship trophy. The competitors now move on to Zagreb for the Croatia Rapid and Blitz. Day 1 of exciting action coming up next.
Welcome to beautiful Zagreb, the capital city of Croatia and the third stop on the Grand Chess Tour. We are joined by some of the stars of the tour, including the winner of Bucharest, Shakira Mamedirov, and some interesting wild cards. World Championship challenger Ian Nepomniachtchi, former world champion Viswanathan Anand, and one Garry Kasparov rounds out the field. Well, to call all the action, we're going to jump to the studio with Christian and Yasser.
Welcome everybody to beautiful and vibrant Zagreb, Croatia, the host of the third leg of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. Such a beautiful place, summer is there. The summer of chess is here with us and it continues. I'm Grandmaster Christian Kirilla and I'm joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Good to be here, Yasser.
Christian, it's a pleasure to call this event alongside you and with Maurice in Zagreb. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of this, the third event in the Grand Chess Tour 2021. Well, we are back, and we are back better than ever, as this tour has been nothing short of stellar, amazing. Let's take a look at our roster of players, Christian.
We have some amazing players lining up for this tournament. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in top position, a very strong Rapid and Blitz player. We have Ian Nepomniachtchi, the World Championship contender. We have Alexander Grishchuk, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Viswanathan Anand, the five-time world champion, is coming back. Anish Giri, Anton Korobov. We have Jan-Christoph Duda, we have Jordan Van Forest. Also, we have number 10 and number 11. Who's there, Jan?
Yeah, let's take a look as the two players. Ivan Saric, the local Croatian, is teaming up with Garry Kasparov. Ivan is going to take the rapid portion, Garry the blitz portion. Now, having said that, let's take a look at our format.
Absolutely. We have fast and furious action. We're going to start with 3 days of a rapid game in 25 with a 10-second increment. After that, for the last 2 days, we're going to have a blitz games. Game in 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. We don't have any draw offers available for these players, but we know they're going to battle until the last moment. In the rapid section, the scoring system is as follows. We have 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. Those wins in the rapid format are very valuable. In the blitz section, we have 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. The standard scoring system. And we have a pretty handsome prize fund, Yasser,
yes.
150,000 US dollars.
Absolutely. And now let's take a look at the schedule, which features 5 days of nonstop chess. Today, we will have 3 rapid rounds, as we will tomorrow and Friday, but then the event turns into blitz chess. 9 rounds of blitz Saturday and Sunday. And what happens, Christian, in case of playoffs?
Let's look at the tie breaks in case of a playoffs. In the event of a tie for first place, in any of the Rapid and Blitz GCT events, there will be a playoff among the players involved in the tie. If 2 players are tied, we're going to have a rapid double round robin, game in 10 minutes with a 5-second increment. If 3 or more players are tied, and this doesn't happen very often, almost none at all in the Grand Chess Tour events, we're going to have a blitz round robin, game in 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. If The players are still going to be tied after that. We're going to have what we call an Armageddon. That's going to be 5 minutes for the white pieces and 4 minutes for the black pieces. No increment or delay, and black wins in case of a draw. That's going to be fast and furious action.
Absolutely heart-pounding action, but now it's time to turn to our colleague Grandmaster Maurice Ashley in Zagreb to drill down on this roster of players. Maurice.
Well, thanks so much, guys. It has indeed been an extraordinary time here in Zagreb. We started with the opening ceremony. The Prime Minister of the country, Andrej Plenković, came to start the proceedings, even played the first move against one Garry Kasparov. So Croatia is buzzing, and with good reason, as this event makes its second appearance here. Now, the players are important. The wild cards, there are plenty of them, 7, but it's some key wild cards we're going to watch in this event. And first of all, the team of Ivan Šarić and Garry Kasparov. Šarić will start out with the rapid, as you noted, and Garry will come on to finish it off with the blitz. I had dinner with Šarić, and he said, I don't want to screw this up. I want to make sure I start strong. Well, he should feel good about his chances to make that big beginning so that their combined score, which will count for one score, will be a good one. Why? Because Šarić is indeed a star. 2-time Croatian champion. He is someone who knows how to get it done from a young age. Not only was he also the European champ at a young age as well, he was the world junior champ at 18 years young. That is the under 18-year-old. He also famously defeated one Magnus Carlsen in the Olympiad in Tromsø, Norway. Talk about not treating your host well. So he is a player, he's a baller. He can absolutely get it done. And he's going to try to do so, given that a legend will be following behind him. Garry Kasparov, the world champion of old, one of the most dominant players in the history of the game. Champion at 22, but at 58, can he continue to get some of that old magic? We know Gary's a warrior, the fire in his belly. He's the visionary of the Grand Chess Tour itself, and now he resides in Croatia. So all of Croatia is sitting on the edges of their seat, hoping that he can bring back that magic and combine with their countrymen in order to bring a fantastic result. And speaking of someone who wants to have a fantastic result, there is the veteran, 5-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand. He's 51 years young. He's hungry to play chess. He said it, I haven't played chess in 16 months. That's not something he's used to. He is here looking to finally play on the board again, and he has made it very clear that he wants to play well, he wants to get some points, he wants to show the kind of rapidity that he used to back in his young days, and a lot of fans in India and beyond are cheering for this superstar. It should be an exciting event. We've got the tour participant, we've got the youngsters, and we've got the legends. What more could you ask for, guys? This is going to be hot. Looking forward to it. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. What a field of players indeed. Just simply extraordinary. But Christian, set the table for us. For this, the first round pairings, what do you got?
Let's see the clashes for today, Yasser. We're going to start with the big match between the World Championship challenger, the Russian Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's going to be facing the wild card Anton Korobov. Then we're going to have Mamed Yarov, who played a stellar event in Bucharest against MVL, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Maxim's, this is going to be his 3rd event in the Grand Chess Tour in a row. So he's only going to have one more event after this one left. He needs to play really well in this one. Then we're going to have the 5-time world champion Anand versus Van Forest, who just won the Tato Steel, one of the strongest events in the world. Then we're going to have the big clash between Grischuk and Giri. This one is always a tense matchup. Then we're going to have Duda versus Ivan Šarić. We have a lot of exciting chess for you guys. Yasser, I'm excited about these games.
No question about it. When I look at that field, I'm just so impressed by what the organizers have arranged. And there we have this magnificent view of the stage, and I saw it earlier. It's kind of like this half circle, and I must say, it really looks beautiful visually. I would be so happy to play on a stage like that. How about yourself? And there we see Leonard Otis with
wow,
the multicolored haircut.
A new hairstyle, a new hairstyle.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by the table. You see how they kind of bend around. And there we have Viswanathan Anand. We call him a 5-time world champion. He's actually a 9-time world champion. 5 times in classical chess. Yes. 9 times when you include the blitz and rapids. And there the players are standing.
And I have to say, Yasser, you were mentioning the playing hall. The organizers in all the events that we've had so far have been putting up these incredible playing venues. In Bucharest, the lighting was so special. The spectators were right next to the players. In Paris, well, we actually played in an exhibition museum. It was very beautiful. So many art pieces around, inspiring the players to play. But
I believe Gary Kasparov is introducing.
I don't think that was Gary.
I think it was. Gary was bringing.
That was Gary. Wow.
Gary was bringing this person. I don't know if this is the Prime Minister. We mentioned that Prime Minister was for the opening ceremony, and I think even Maurice got a chance to interview him. Let's see if we get some B-roll for that later on. And Vichy is saying, look what I want to do. I want to play 1, E2, E4. Not bad. Not bad.
Let's
there
see,
we have a beautiful
already?
photo of Kevin Duggan's back. And let's see. Oh, you've already made your move. You got it. And you can see that Vichy's really anxious to go. I mean, he may not have played chess in 14 months, but he was really rip-roaring.
So I think he was just showing him.
And let's pick a game. Well, I mean, having said Vichy Anand, let's follow Vichy. Let's see what Vichy is up to, shall we?
Absolutely.
And he has opened 1, E2, E4, and he's up against Jordan Van Forest. Jordan, as mentioned at the top of the show, is the winner of the Tata Steel Masters. And the Tata Steel always takes place in January. And it's really considered the event that kicks off the year.
He's a player,
I want to put it like that.
He's a player with a lot of momentum behind him, Yasser. He did amazing in Tata Steel. He just crossed 2,700 and he stabilized there. That's the most important thing when you cross that big threshold of 2,700. Exactly. He just finished 2 days ago, I think, the French top 12, and he played an amazing event. He actually won another 10 rating points, so that takes him all the way to like 27-10 or so in classical chess. He's a very interesting player to watch, explosive guy, and he's choosing the Sicilian against Vichy. He's going after him.
Yeah, the Taimanov variation. And I know that especially for Vichy, Vichy has made a career on the white side of the Sicilian, so a great clash. And by the way, in that Tata Steel, I just want to clarify that there was a tie for first at the top between Jordan and Anish Giri, his countryman. And that was a great clash. The Dutch fans were just really moved by what happened. And in a tiebreak, Jordan overcame his higher rated opponent. G2, G4.
Absolutely.
Wow. The Kara is attacked, but there's no knight on F6.
No knight on F6?
What's the idea behind G4?
He's anticipating that knight coming to F6, because where else are you going to put it? Are you going to put it to E7? Sure, maybe you can do that, but that inhibits the bishop on F8. It doesn't seem like the natural position for the knight. He's waiting for that knight to come to F6. Of course, that would be a terrible move because G5 comes and then you have to go back to G8. You have to probably start with a move such as H6 or just simply delay the bringing of the knight to F6. I would expect something along the lines of maybe bishop to B4, taking advantage of this super aggressive approach by white with G4. He played the move A6.
I was going to say, I like the move A7, A6 myself, because against bishop B4, I want to prevent the move knight D4 to B5, attacking the queen. Now with A7, A6, what that move sets up is, let's say we just play a move like bishop G2. It does set up the idea of playing for, you mentioned it, knight takes, queen takes, and since this knight really doesn't want to walk into this tempo gaining G4, G5, knight to E7. And the idea behind knight e7 is, yes, the queen is very dominant on the square d4, so I do want to play knight c6. But look who's stalking the playing hall. Gary, he looks like he's ready to jump right in. Like, why did I wait for the blitz, Christian?
He's definitely ready to jump in, and I can tell you the passion this man has for chess is just incredible. I was analyzing with him during both Bucharest and Paris. He was coming to the broadcast. He wanted to analyze absolutely everything.
Yes.
He just simply didn't want to go away from chess. He loves chess. He's living chess. He's breathing chess. He's just, I mean, he wants to play right now. You know that's what he's thinking.
Turning our attention to another game, Nepo. Now, Nepo has played a little bit the French defense as black. Here, funnily enough, his opponent, Anton, is playing his own line against him, the French defense. And for many of our viewers who may not be completely familiar with the Ukrainian player, tell us a little bit about him. I know him as a very tactical player who enjoys mixing it up.
He is, Yasser. He's a very tactical player, very aggressive player in general, and a specialist in the rapid time controls. In Bucharest in 2019, he played as a wild card in the Grand Chess Tour, and he was actually leading after the first couple of days. He was just having a stellar performance in the rapid section. Very, very strong. I think at that point in 2019, he was number 5 in the world, if I'm not mistaken, in rapid chess in terms of rating. Playing incredible chess. Recently, also online. He's been very active online. He recently won one of the strongest tournaments online, that is the Title Tuesday, where 60, 70, sometimes 100 grandmasters are participating, title players all over the place, and he won that in front of guys like Nakamura and that bunch. And he's just an amazing player. He's going to be very interesting. He's not afraid of anybody. That's one of the keys in this tournament. If you're afraid of these guys, they're going to smell blood and they're going to come after you. He's not afraid of that. He's ready to take them on in their courtyard, as you were mentioning, the French defense.
For example.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, you know, he's been spending his last year and a half preparing the French defense for the black side, but he has some ideas with the white pieces as well. So we see this very interesting idea, bishop to d3, kind of forcing black to commit this c5 pawn. What are you going to do? Are you going to leave my bishop on d3, menacing that pawn on h7, and potential for a Greek gift is always there on h7, or you're going to go c4. Now, this move c4 is a concession because you're closing up the position on the queen side, and you're going to allow me to develop an attack on the king side quite nicely, and this is exactly what he's doing with c4, and now the bishop drops all the way back. I'm not even going to need my bishop on e2. Why? Because that's probably going to be the route for my knight. At some point, I'm going to try to take this knight, put it somewhere else on the board, probably on the king side, to attack the king and close the structure with the move c3, create this pawn chain from b2 all the way to e5, which is just impenetrable. And then I'm just going to focus my attack on the king side. That's what we're going to see in the next few moves. This type of positions, to be honest, I always prefer white. I just really like to attack. The attack always feels like comes naturally. And black is hitting on the queen side, but what is he hitting on the queen side? My king is not there yet. I'm just going to keep the king in the center for the moment. Maybe even go to f2, keep it on the king side. We're going to have to wait and see, but I definitely prefer white on this one. Yes,
I understand you completely. If you don't mind, if you, now I have to measure my words carefully. Go back to the position after the move c4 for a moment, if you would, Christian.
Yes.
You mentioned the Greek gift, the bishop sacrifice, but let's just take a look at it. Not that I believe it, but king takes h4. Let's go. And what's the idea behind h4?
You know what the problem is, Yasser?
Yeah.
This queen is on d2.
Exactly.
That is the problem. If the queen would be on d1, I would believe you.
Knight
I would
h5
say this
check,
is working.
Knight g5 check, and queen h5. but it takes me a while to line up.
I think I'm just going to go something along the lines of f5. Try to close the position, offer you the opportunity of taking on f6. The problem is if you take en passant on f6...
that wasn't the idea of the Greeks, actually.
It brings my pieces into the defense.
Into the defense. And without the en passant, if I go knight g5 check,
let's see.
You're going to capture my...
Oops.
Oops, sorry.
Oops. And just to... we're going that route.
You anticipated... Yes.
You want to play knight g5 at this point,
no,
right?
h4, f5, knight g5, and you have to take it.
I will take it, yes.
And if I take with a pawn, this is
Now I'm going to go to g6, actually.
Yeah, this is the point. If the queen was still on d1, then I'd get the yes. No, with h4.
Yep.
Takes with check. Yeah, if the queen were back one square, I'd have queen h5 mate.
Let's see if we can float this queen around.
Yeah, exactly. But you're going to go king f7, you're going to get on your hiking boots, and I get it. The current position, if you will, Christian.
Yep. This is the current position we have. As we were anticipating, this knight is dropping back to e2, and h3 is coming to break on that side with the move g4. g4 is coming, and it's coming fast.
Absolutely. But let's go to Zagreb. Oh, I was about to switch it over to Maurice. I know he's still working up something. I just wanted to go to our game between Shak Mamidarov for a moment in MVL. Again, in Bucharest, Shak was regal. He had really one of, I think, the highlights of his entire chess career. He won the tournament undefeated, and he was just fantastic throughout. He's up against MVL, and as you have mentioned several times, we'll mention it consistently throughout this whole show, MVL needs a result, and he needs it badly. And defeating Shak, well, that would be a result, that would be the type of result, pardon me, that MVL needs. He's just played the move, oh, sorry, we've got to catch up with the players. Rook c8, I wanted to say, Christian, preparing the advance c5. And we've got c5 on the board. How do things look?
Well, the things definitely look quite interesting. Of course, White is focusing his attacks on this pawn on e7 and trying to take advantage of the fact that you have some space advantage due to this pawn in the center, the pawn on d4. Black is going to try to exchange that, open up the c file, and then focus his attention around the isolated queen's pawn. So it's going to be a battle between the dynamics that this pawn gives and the better strategical structure that Black has. But let's go to Maurice in Zagreb. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, Christian, you were mentioning Kasparov, and he just looked so hungry, like a lion marching around, looking at the cubs as they play, saying, you know what, I was one of the big dogs, the biggest of the big lions back in the day. I had breakfast with his confidant, Michael Khodorkovsky, who's been a friend for many, many years, and he said, Gary was thinking, you know what, let me be careful. I don't want to say too much or expect too much from this event, but he's been practicing a lot online for sure. For sure, without any question, he wants to be warm for this event. And Mike said the one thing he told Gary, you've got to be at the event early. You've got to soak up the competitive atmosphere and make sure you are ready. You got to feel the smell. See how these pieces move, how the players move the pieces. They're players here you've never played before. They're from a completely different generation. You've never played them before. You got to see how they act at the board. So that's why he was lurking around at the beginning of the event and will be here consistently. We'll try to get him in here for some interviews to see whether or not he'd be willing to allow that for us. But guys, there's a position I want you to look at. One game, I'm shocked. I'm wondering if I even have the live position myself. It's the game between Duda and Saric. Yes, it looks like I have the live position. We can talk about structures, but this is not something you see every day. This move with the Trompowsky, bishop g5, c5, takes on f6. Fine, we've seen that. And now after d5, the move f5. And for the next couple of moves, you're going to wonder, do these guys know how to move any of the other pieces? Because first exchange for the knight, another bishop exchanges for a knight, changing the pawn structure. And then the move e5. Only pawns have moved, and a bishop and a knight for either side. They've been exchanged off. And yet another pawn move followed by another pawn move. Again, it's like you taught computers just how the bishops and knights moves, and that's all that's going on. What a complex structure. You don't see this every day. Finally, again, a knight move on the board. I'd love to get your insights on this funky position, guys. It looks so interesting, so complex with the double pawns on both sides already. Some interesting play from the young Duda, one of the youngest players in the competition. And Saric, also pretty young at 30. He wants to get off to a good start because he knows Gary is lurking. The spirit of Gary Kasparov will be lurking all over this place until he actually joins us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. That was a very unusual game. It seemed to have elements of a Nimzo Indian, a Czech, a Gingy Bononi, and all kinds of other things. Those double pawns, extraordinary. Again, I'll just reiterate what you said, Maurice. If I was in Ivan Saric's shoes, I don't want Gary behind me lurking over my shoulder. He's intimidating enough when he's at the board. To be as a team member is something. Again, I'd like to just jump into the game of Shaq and MVL for just a second, because it seems to me that Shaq has played it very, very slowly after the move c5. Something about this position reminds me of an Alekhine-like defense. And I was surprised by this move captures. Maybe Shaq feels that the rook will be misplaced on the c5 square, and maybe you'll get in some tempo-like moves featured with knight e4. For me, the move that came much more naturally was h3, inviting any captures on d4. But he did take, rook takes, and he played h3 in this specific move order. And again, I think it's a crucial game for MVL, and let's just quickly show you why. Let's take a look at our Grand Chess Tour standings. And of these standings, as you can see, Wesley shows at top, but let's narrow it down to the players who are playing in Zagreb. And now if you took a look at these 4 players, you start to understand why MVL needs a result. Christian, this is just such an important event for MVL.
No, absolutely. In the first 2 events in Bucharest, he did just terribly. He tied for the last place. He got very few Grand Chess Tour points, I think 1 if I'm not mistaken. After that, in Paris, he showed his style, because in rapid and blitz chess, he's one of the top specialists in the world. This one is obviously still fast and furious rapid and blitz action, so he's definitely feeling that he needs to score a lot of Grand Chess Tour points if he is to have a chance for that top bonus at the end of the tour.
Exactly, $100,000 bonus. Now, after the move h2, h3, MVL is just wondering what he's doing with his pieces. On the surface, it looks like black is just perfectly okay. His pieces are out. But in some strange way, I can't exactly put my finger on it, his position's a little bit vulnerable. In other words, this knight could come to e4. This knight could be kicked away with the move c4. Don't forget, this bishop on h4 is lurking, eyeballing this pawn on e7, as is the rook on e1. And it just feels to me like MVL needs to put together some very exact moves to neutralize what might be a submerged
And
initiative.
I have to say, Yasser, that I think d takes c5 was actually definitely the practical choice in the game. You were mentioning that you would play h3 and allow black to take on d4 and create that isolated queen's pawn. Well, no, that's not a practical choice. The first round, you play with the white pieces. You want a quiet, but with a little slight advantage for your side, as white, Mamedyarov that is. He's trying to get that. Those pawns on b2 and c3, there is those are a very nice shield against the bishop on g7. If we would see that exchange of the c pawns, that bishop on g7 would have a beautiful attacking target on a d4. Now there's no more of that. As you were mentioning, white is going to focus on that e7 pawn now. We're going to probably see something along the lines of queen e2, then the rook from a1 comes to the center, attacking those central squares. That rook on c5 still a bit awkward. So I have to say this d takes c5 was definitely the right choice for Mamedyarov, and he's in a pole position to try for an advantage in this game.
Well, we've been talking about MVL's need to do something. How about doing something as radical as g5 and knight f4. You feeling you feeling that this is maybe over the top?
I think it's a little bit over the top just because you don't have the strategical backup for this attack. I'm going to take that knight. I'm going to remove it instantaneously off the chessboard.
You don't want to see that knight.
I do not want to
D3.
see that knight in my yard. Absolutely
Yeah, okay.
not. Now I'm going
Right.
to go queen to e2. I'm going to attack
Gotcha.
that pawn on e7. And then the next move, you're probably going to defend that somehow. I'm going to put the knight on e4. Now I'm going to ask you, you have the beautiful bishop pair.
Right.
Excellent, bishop pair. But what is that bishop pair doing? How are you going to put it to good use against my king? Because this is what you're looking for. You're looking for dynamics in the position. Your structure is bad. My pieces are restricting your bishops, especially my pawns on that queen side, the b2 and c3 pawn. And my knights are amazingly well placed. That knight is going to come in the center on e4. I don't like this position for black, Yasser.
Okay, interesting. We'll keep an eye on this game, as we'll keep our eye on all of the games. And the one game I still don't think I really, this was the game that Maurice was mentioning, this crazy mixture of double pawns, again, this gingy Indian Benoni, and very, very weak pawns on the queen side, very weak pawns on the king side. And we saw Ivan Saric quickly shoring up the f5 pawn with the move queen f6. But really, he wants his knight on b6 counterattacking against this pawn on c4 before white decides, look, I'm going to play bishop h3, I'm going to castle, and I'm going to play f3 and get you. By the way, at the moment, I should also point out that queen f6 does double duty. It attacks the pawn on c3 and defends the pawn on f5. Your knee-jerk thoughts about this position, Christian?
Oh, it's such a weird mixture of ideas. Well, I was thinking about it because I've seen this in coming from many, many openings. One of them is this knight f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, sorry, not to knight to f6. At this point, starting with g6, c4, yes. Bishop g7, knight to c3, and now I can play the move c5. Now after d5, we see this position, take, and f5 is usually the typical move. But this is a completely different structure, right? The pawn is on g6. This pawn should be on f7 if we have something similar to what we have in the game. But that's not the only thing. Let's go into the Trampovsky, the way the game started. Usually, I used to play this move at d5, and this is particularly because of this reason. After you take, now you take with the g-pawn, then you're going to attack the structure, let's say knight to f3, you're going to attack the structure with c5, but white is not going to have the option of pushing the pawn to d5 because my own pawn is on d5. So that's exactly why you start with d5. He decided to start with c5. Very, very intriguing option. I have to say, I've never seen this one before. And bishop takes g6, take d5. Now we have f5 on the board, c4, bishop g7, knight c3. And he decides to give this bishop away with bishop takes c3, mess the pawn structure, white's pawn structure on the queen side. The focus of black's attack is going to be on this pawn on c4 later on into an endgame. Probably if you manage to get this knight to a5, that would be amazing. Unfortunately for you, this pawn on d5 is controlling this transition square on c6. But you could play potentially b6 in the future, bishop comes to a6. Later on, this pawn on c4 is going to become a weakness. It's a very interesting, very intriguing position that we have on the board right
Let me
now.
just jump in and tell you this is a crazy game. Just an absolute crazy game going on between Anish Giri and Alexander Grishuk. Now, to many of the untrained eyes out there, you might think that this is all crazy, spectacular, wild chess. Well, kind of some bad news to tell you. It's theory. I've actually seen a number of games, and it's a crazy, crazy line. It's like when you absolutely have nothing to do on on a weekend, you look at some crazy variations that you're never going to play in your life, and have some fun with them, fried liver attacks and things like that. But this has all been played before, right up to, I believe, this point in the game. And the knight takes check is on the board, king c6, and there is a repetition in the position that could happen. For example, after knight e5 check, king b6, knight d7 check. Again, to the untrained eye, this is like, what a wild Donnybrook. This is crazy, this is crazy, this is amazing, amazing. You can only enter this variation if you remember the files and the moves very, very well. Does this catch your eye as something you've seen before, Christian?
Yeah, sir. It seems like you're analyzing much more chess than I do. I have to say, I did not see this position before.
Oh my goodness, you're the coach.
I am the coach, and I did not see this
university.
position. I did not see this position. My players don't play this type of chess. You know,
Oh, you're a good coach.
They're much more positional, but nevertheless, I mean, I'm always fond of this type of attacking crazy chess, of course. And we've seen this game before. C takes b7, this seems to have been the novelty. Anish Giri uncorked in this game. After bishop takes f2, generally we're seeing this move. Queen takes f2, and after bishop takes c6, we see this move, knight takes c5. Now, of course, do you want to take that knight? Absolutely
No.
not. If you take this knight, boom,
Mate.
checkmate on the board, finishes the game.
You're
of
done.
course, you don't want to do that. You have to start with this intermezzo check to get the queen with a check in the game. So for example, if you take here, then I will be able to go queen to g5. Not only that, I'm attacking this knight on e5 and I can take it with a queen, but I'm also making space for my king. So whenever you're going to take on f7 in the future, my king is going to be able to run to d8. A very, very crazy position we have, and we've seen a lot of games, but they usually end up in, as you were mentioning, Yasser, perpetual check. Now we have this c takes b7 on the board, and we have the final position that we see right now.
And we do...
Are we going to see a repetition?
Yeah, we do
We are going to see a repetition.
Yeah, as the players, they want the arbiter's confirmation that a 3-time repetition has been done. But I'm quite certain that is the case. So another one of those examples, it looks like a high wire trapeze act that both players are taking these great risks. But in truth, it's one of those really sharp lines that ends up in a repetition. We see them all the time in all kinds of open Sicilians. And I wanted to get to that open Sicilian, the Taimanov. Which game am I trying?
The game between Vishwanathan Anand and Jordan. But let's go to Maurice first.
Actually, that's the position that I wanted to talk about, Yaz. This game between Anand and the youngest player in the field, Jordan van Forest. 22 years young. Actually, is that 39 years between them? Anand was busy dusting off the old files before this kid was even born. But Anand playing this line, I'm so intrigued because we saw that early g4, and the move knight f6, you didn't have to do it, basically. Didn't have to, but a nice idea after f3, because of course, if you play g5 too soon, then the knight goes to g4, it finds a square. So Anand played this move f3. Note also the move king b1, by the way, a nice little waiting move. And here, black could have played h6. Black could have played the move h6. I don't know if you guys have my board in front of me, but the move h6 was possible. And instead of doing that, he played the move rook to c8. And here, with rook to c8, that allowed g5, knight h5, and here's where the old dog showed that he still got it. Queen back to d2. By the way, I call Anand an old dog. I'm 4 years older, so I can get away with that. Queen back to d2. This move would seem to allow bishop to b4. You would think, why would you allow such a move? But Anand isn't worried about that at all. It's all about this knight on h5. He would have played bishop h3. He would have ignored what was going on this side of the board. Note that you can't play queen c3 because of queen takes on d7. So he would have allowed bc3, and now it's all about this bad knight on h5. Bishop g4 is going to happen to attack it. You're going to have to weaken all your dark squares with the move g6. And then it's going to be all about the bishop, the other bishop, the dark square bishop. So queen to d2, a fantastic retreating move, allowing a pin. His opponent did not do it, but that did not stop bishop h3. b4 now trying to make something happen, but knight back to e2. And Anand saying, your knight on h5, it's the whole position right now. d5, bishop g4. Now he had to play the move g6, and this is looking ugly. Now, you can get a great position from the opening as he's just played the move bishop to d4. I've watched Anand do this all the time, get great positions because his preparation is absolutely fantastic. But it's going to be, can he keep it going and finish his opponents off? Remember, he hasn't played in 16 months. Jordan just won Tata Steel. He's warm, he's hot, he's playing chess. So a lot of it will be his form. Will the OG, Vishwanathan Anand, be able to get it done against the youngster? Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. My first impression is it's strategically lost. Like, it's just over. Anand's got this in the bag, and I'm thinking he just plays the move e4, e5, and what that does is it completely clamps down the position in the center. The center is completely blocked. That means this bishop on b7 does not work again. That bishop is just out of the game, and from White's point of view, because of this threat of bishop takes h5 is so devastating, this knight's going to have to drop back to g7. And why did we put our bishop on g4? You know it. So that it supports h4 and h5, and everything about this position for me is we'd call it the French failure. I mean, it never got launched. This just doesn't work for me. I think that White, strategically speaking, has got complete mastery of the position. Christian.
And it's all about the speed, Yasser. When you see these positions with opposite side castles, it's all about who's going to deliver the checkmate first, who's going to be able to launch his attack first. And in this position is definitely White. Look at Black's pawn. Okay, you don't have, as White, any hooks in the position that Black can target. All your pawns are still on their initial position. You're going to have to get all the way to a3 to attack something, and then I'm just going to play the move b3, pass forward, and then you're not going to be able to continue your attack. White, on the other hand, he has this hook to attack the target also. This knight on h5, at the beginning, it looked like a very nice defensive piece. Right now, it's just a target. You're going to have to be reactionary to my attacks. You're going to, right now, not allow me to take on h5. If you allow me to take on h5, that position is just completely busted. You're going to have to go knight to g7 and try to escape like this, but good luck with that, because as you were mentioning, Yasser, I'm going to launch an attack instantaneously. If I manage to open up the h file, double up, get this knight out of the way, get the queen to h2, the checkmate is coming in very, very limited time. So after h4, to be honest, I don't even know how Black is going to defend. Are you going to play h5 or h6? I don't think so, because that gives me a pawn, and not only that, but after that, I can even go h7, give it back away, open up the lines.
Exactly.
I can go h5, like I'm forcing you to open the lines no matter what you do. You can pass with g5, but then I continue with f4, and the game is just simply over. This rook is going to come to g1. I don't see it. I don't see what what Black is going to do, to be honest. I think Jordan underestimated this move e5, a very beautiful move. It doesn't feel like in this position with the pawn on e4, you would want to close the center, close the position. But what you have to understand is that this move e5 completely kills any sort of counter chances for Black. This one is in the back for Anand, in my opinion.
Exactly. With the center closed, it's all about the play on the wings. Who's fastest on the wings? White. Now, talking about a game that has all of the beautiful strategic elements that we expected, and that's the game between Nepo and Anton. Nepo was student body right. All the pieces were going to the king's side. White was going to focus on playing g4 and f5, and he's done it. Whereas Black, his focus was to play b5, b4, and attack on the queen side. And Anton's done that. But if you look at what just remains, White's the one with the initiative. But, and here's the big but, he had to sacrifice a piece. And Nepo is one of those players, I just love the speed of his decisions. He plays a little loosey-goosey at times, but this one strikes me as something that for, I want to say rapid chess, it's just fantastic the way he's playing. Because with this move f5, and Anton, we were saying that he's a player who's got this fantastic tactical style. Let me just go back a moment or two. After the move f5, don't think for a moment my intention is to take the bishop on e6. It is. But I also have a second undeclared intention of sacrificing furthermore on the king's side with bishop h6. So therefore, knight takes d4. Holy smokes. We got a Donnybrook going on here, Christian. What's going on?
Well, what is going on is that I want to see Nepo. I really want to see him, because this is the first time I'm seeing him so dressed up. Look at him. He's wearing a vest, he's wearing a shirt. I always see him in a t-shirt. What is he doing?
Three-piece almost, like what's going on?
This is what I think is going on. He's getting ready for the World Championship match. In the World Championship match, there's a dress code,
right.
A very strict dress code. You have to be used to playing in that type of garment. Even rapid chess, I think he's taking those precautions, getting ready with every single minute detail for the World Championship match. And that's exactly why, because I've seen him in Paris. He was wearing t-shirts every single day.
Exactly.
T-shirts, shorts, I mean, absolutely no problem with that. You know, you want to be comfortable in this type of environment, rapid chess.
Right.
But I see him wearing those that nice three-piece. I like it. I like, he's sharp.
Looking very good. And I must say, I remember reading Michael Botvinnik, I think it was a collection of his best games, where he mentioned that he was going to play in the World Championship match against Michael Tal, and to prepare himself, he didn't put on a tie and a suit. No, he had his trainers blow smoke in his face because Michael Tal was a smoker, and you were allowed in that time to smoke at the board. And he wanted to prepare himself by training games where his opponent was smoking. Now, is Jan smoking? He just played this gorgeous looking move, Queen G4, and talk about a post-up move. That move just, it appears to my eyes to do everything, or at least it intimates two key threats. One is Queen takes E6 with a check to the king. By the way, White has won back the piece that he sacrificed, or rather, Black played the move Knight takes D4, offering the piece back. Also, Bishop takes H6. What is the resulting position, Christian? This is...
Well, guess what, Yasser? I just turned on the engine because...
Yeah, you got to just assess what it says.
It's too early in the morning for my brain here in St. Louis.
Good morning, St. Louis, right?
Exactly. But it's 0.1, so it's very, very close to a balanced position. After a move such as Queen to C5...
King F7. Doesn't that invite Bishop H6? Sorry.
Bishop takes H6, yes. You can play that, but unfortunately there's no follow-up. I don't see a good way to bring... Queen check, and then what?
I meant Queen F5, or Queen F6, Queen F5, Queen F6.
Queen F5, after Bishop takes H6. E7. I can still go King E7, I think.
Yeah, Queen F6.
Queen H7, or Queen F6, H7. I keep going.
Yeah, and this is Bishop E7.
And then Bishop E7, exactly.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Covering absolutely everything. You don't have firepower.
Win back the knight.
No more firepower. And at some point, if you start going something like Knight to E3, first of all, that diagonal is very prone to any sort of pins. So whenever you try to bring the knight towards the center to create some sort of attack, I'm going to be able to go Queen to C5, and that's going to create a lot of problems. Also, if you create anything menacing with the bishop on G2, I'm always ready to give that rook for the bishop, open up the king, and I just simply have too much material. I don't think we're going to see bishop takes H6. We might... He actually played king to H1, a very interesting move. Position still stays very balanced. The kings are very unsafe, specifically that black king that's going towards the center. He's trying to make a trip on the other side of the board, hide over there where I have more pieces, right?
Exactly.
It's either that or you have to bring your pieces back towards the king side. He decided to get the king on the queen side. It's going to be very interesting to see whether White can prove the point and prove the fact that, okay, how... He's a pawn down only. That's not that much.
The move King G1 H1 kind of confuses me because it. I mean, I want to burst.
You want to get out of this diagonal.
Well, yes, I do, but I also want to play the move Knight E3 and Rook F1 as quickly as I possibly can. So I'd really want to include, I think, Bishop to D2 to E1. As opposed to King
instead
H1.
Of King H1, right?
Yeah, to try to, to get my pieces going. And if you give me a check, well, I will happily move in that case. But somehow I drew from you the move Bishop C5.
The way I see it is that, okay, this Bishop on E1, where are you going to go? Are you going to go to H4? That's okay. If you go to H4, I'm going to go G5, and that's a problem, right?
I see.
So that bishop on E1 is going to hinder the movement of the white rook. That's what I don't like.
Exactly. That the bishop on E1 gets in the way of the rook coming to F1. Good point. Well, we'll keep an eye on this game, but first let's go to Zagreb and Maurice. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, we have a legend giving a lesson. That's what we have. Anand just rolling right now in his game against Van Forest. Knight dropped back to G7 we saw here, and you guys described it beautifully. It's all about the speed of the attacks. And hey, who's going to hesitate? H4 immediately played A5. H5 immediately played. This H file is going to open, and you got to wonder, what is Black doing on the other side? Bishop to A6 was played in the game, but this position after the move Knight to G3 by Anand, it just looks sweet for White. This is something we all understand. But I want to bring a game that I don't understand at all. I mean, I'm going to just say that. I need some help. This one between Duda and Šarić. Let's go back to this moment here in the game. Bishop to H3. We were talking about pieces not developing. Bishops show up only to trade themselves off. But here, after Queen F6, if we just go back one move, Bishop H3 ignoring the pawn on C3. Dude, you can have it. King to F1, you can have the C4 pawn if you want that too. But the Black's F pawn would drop and his structure would be compromised, so the queen retreated. The queen's gone. Why are we playing the move Rook C1 once the queen is left? Well, I guess the point is that White's queen wants to move, and so the rook was in take. But it seems weird timing, but it gets curiouser and curiouser. King to D8 guarding the bishop? What kind of development is this? Queen to D2, rook to E8 now, and after Queen F4 hitting that pawn on F5, rook to E5 to defend it. Now that that pawn's defended, let's drop the knight back to G2 to bring it to E3. Guys, I'm going to just say it. I clearly don't understand chess. I need some help. This position is insane. The moves we're seeing are ultra sophisticated. What you guys got? I want to hear some thoughts here because this game has been absolutely insane right from the beginning.
Thank you, Maurice. Sorry, we only share that kind of information for our premier members. Maurice, do sign up for the premier membership because I'm with you 100%. I don't get it. It's a crazy game. But another game that I've been keeping my eye on is the match between Shaq and MVL. Guess what? We just the moves we expected, Christian. After the move H2, H3, I'll go back just a moment in time. After H3, G5 by MVL. The idea behind that move was not only to gain the tempo, but really to stop this pressure that White was building against the E7 pawn with the rook, as well as the bishop. We talked about the C4 potentially kicking the knight. And after bishop dropped back to G3, he didn't instantly grab the knight. Instead, he played the move knight E4, move that we spoke about as well, gaining a tempo against the rook. The rook dropped back, and then came knight D4, bishop G3. Now, again, I've been expecting this grab of the knight. Bishop takes, as you, and finally, it came. And queen G4, oh, that sets up how many times I have lost the bishop, overlooking the fact that the pawn on F7 is on pre. I don't even want to go there. But king H7, sidestepping the threat. And by the way, says MVL, I've got my threats too. I've got F7, F5 on tap. Don't even think about grabbing the pawn on F4. I've got E5 as an answer to that move. And after king H7, rook D1, bishop takes. Not a move I would have expected. I would have been loath to give up my bishop on G7. I just love that bishop, but quickly played rook takes, queen C7, queen H4, and I'm expecting king G7. And, well, another one of those hard to judge positions.
No, absolutely. What a crazy position.
I don't know exactly what's going on.
It
Please.
just goes to show the differences in the way we're thinking about the position and the way these top players are thinking about this position. They wanted to go everything with tempo.
Exactly.
Drop back a few moves behind when you play this move knight to F4. I just wanted to see that knight off the board because I was afraid of that knight landing on D3 and creating havoc in my position. But he decided to go with tempi. Every single move after this knight to F4 was with tempi. Knight to E4, forcing the rook to go back. Retreat. Then knight to D4, attacking that bishop on F5. Only after that, taking on F4. And now that the D1 H5 diagonal is open, I have options. This is what I was limiting myself whenever I was analyzing this position. I was only thinking about that queen going to E2. Now,
Exactly.
once
Queen
you
to
open up
E2.
that diagonal, you open up the diagonal for a lot of opportunity for that queen. You can go to f3, you can go to g4, you can create a lot of dynamic play within your pieces, and that is what Mamediyarov is very well known for. He's such an incredible player. He will find dynamic play in every single position, and this is exactly what we're seeing from him. He forced black to give up that bishop on g7. You were mentioning you wouldn't give up that bishop on g7. Sure, again, we have this temptation to hold on to our bishop pair. The problem is that bishop on g7 is not doing anything. It's a good defensive piece.
Right.
That is what it is. But unfortunately, with the knight landing on f5, so for example, if you don't take on d4, if you start with a move queen to c7, I think after knight f5, and this is why white started with a move rook to d1, attacking the central files, because if you start with knight f5 first, then that queen could land on d7. That's going to attack the knight on f5 and is going to force the relocation of that knight and potentially the exchange of the queens, which might favor black. But after rook to d1, queen to c7, knight to f5, there's no more ways to exchange those queens. That knight on f5, one bishop you don't want to give is the light square bishop. If you're giving me the light square bishop, your king is going to be dead.
Right.
Absolutely dead in a matter of 5 to 10 moves.
Yeah.
But he decides to give the dark square bishop, bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, and I mean, I have to say, we look at the quality of the pieces in the position, and I have to go with white. I mean, all my pieces are playing, all my pieces have an active role. I have that beautiful central knight on e4. I don't see it for black. I really don't like black's position.
Yeah, it's easy to start to feel that something has gone wrong. The move that I particularly do not want to defend against, like I'm going to play a very bad move for a moment, just to show you that I don't like this move. Knight g5 check, king g7, and then I'll drop back with the knight with this very, very nasty threat of grabbing this pawn on e7 as well as the pawn on f4. If I make a move like f7, f6, excuse me, not a6, but a move like f7, f6, the idea here, of course, is to stop the move knight g5 check. I am inviting this bishop to park itself on e6, and that just feels positionally like I've done something wrong. I've really made my pieces very awkward. So in this big heavyweight matchup in round one, it does feel to me like that Shaq is getting the upper hand. He's a naturally gifted attacking player.
Look at the way he's playing, Yasser. Follow the game. After queen to h4, king to g7.
King to g7. Okay, that does sidestep the knight g5 threat.
And immediately g3. Everything with tempo. The guy doesn't know what a stop sign is.
He doesn't back off at all, does he?
He doesn't see any stop signs in the position.
No.
G3. Now I'm attacking that pawn on f4, but what I'm actually trying to do is reroute that knight on a much more attacking square, also opening up that rook on d4. It's critical. Your king is going to be in trouble. I have so many attackers pointing their forces towards your king, and you only have one defender, that bishop on g6, lonely as he is, and that's a problem, you know.
Yeah,
you're not going to take on g3. If you take on g3, you're going to get checkmated. He played the move f3, and we have this position on the board.
Yeah, exactly, g3, and sometimes Bill Lombardi had a way of saying it very, very well. Chess Grandmaster Bill Lombardi is count the attackers, count the defenders. And in this position, I'm going to count the queen as an important attacker as well as the knight. By the way, as well as this rook, I like this bishop. Bishop takes f7 is a type of tactic that you always have to be mindful. And when this rook slides over to g4, it's a case of overkill. Two rooks, queen, knight, bishop, all attacking a king, which is defended by a few pawns and the bishop on g6. It's not good. g3 provoked the move f3, and we have the move g4. Wow. I must say, I like the move g3. I'm not 100% sure about the g4 move. I thought that it was time to play knight d2. I thought he wanted to play knight d2. Knight takes f3 as well as rook takes e7. g4, that says to me that my attack is simply huge and you cannot defend it. Is he right, Christian? Oh, sorry, you've got another game. You've got Jordan. And let's first of all go to Maurice in Zagreb. Maurice.
Well, it looks like great minds think alike, Christian, because I was thinking the exact same thing this game with Viswanathan Anand and Jordan van Forest. We were giving Jordan up for dead. Like, you're going to go. This is finished. But, again, he's in top form. He's been playing. Vishy's got to warm himself up into playing tournament chess once again. He had this great position, and this moment came with the move B3. Now, this is a big-time move, saying, let me get some counterplay. I've got to open up your king. You're trying to mate me on the other side. I've got to open up your king. And here, Anand could have played a move like C3, try to keep that side a little bit under control. If you take, just sidestep. Just say, look, I'm not going to let you open me up. Move like this one. I've tried these attacks with black myself and just watch my double A pawns gum up the works. How do I get them out the way? But instead, Vishy made a very important and consequential decision. He took on B3. That opens up lines, a double capture, and now you can see possibilities for black attacking. The white queen especially can't just leave because black pieces are ready to attack potential square C2. The A file is open, and it looks like big-time counterplay here. And knight to F5 played, and again we talked about form. Vishy now down to 3:37 on the clock to play this position. He just took on F5 with the bishop, but it's not feeling like the same, folks. It's not the same attack we saw, the same vicious finish that we expected. It looks like the youngster is back in the game, and Vishy's going to have to control his nerves, as that's usually the most important thing that goes when you are out of practice. Guys, I don't know. Not looking great for the champion right now.
Thank you, Maurice. By the way, I noticed in the position they have, Christian, Vishy never got in the move H5 takes G6.
No, he
if
didn't.
He shows his current
he
position.
Maybe we can show a couple of lines on your board while we still look at the camera and see the players, because there were some very interesting lines.
Okay, this is where we left it with Maurice. He just had done the double capture instead of that move C3.
One move. Let's go a couple of moves behind.
Yeah, because
so
Maurice was advocating
F4.
for C3.
Before F4, as we were mentioning, it's all about the speed, right? And I was mentioning at the beginning of this attack that you want to play the move knight to G3, open up that second rank for the queen, go with the queen on H2 and give a checkmate.
Clear.
But it's not that easy. You have to make this move F4. I was looking through the lines, and now I wanted to understand, why don't I play queen to H2 to deliver the checkmate? I'm one move away from I want to open up the H file and then queen H7 and checkmate. The problem is that black has a very beautiful way to keep the H file closed in the position bishop takes G5, take on G6, and the move H6. But Maurice also still has some insights for us. Maurice, what do you have?
Sorry to interrupt you. Hold your point there, Christian, but a big development as the world champion challenger has played spectacular chess and is about to decimate his opponent, Korobov. The move D4 and then D3 was played. Knight F5 check, and this king moved to F7, and Nepo smelled blood in this moment. Bishop to H4, the rook's going to end up on F1, and that black king is going to be dead to the world. Rook takes G2, trying to hold his opponent back, and Nepo said, boom, sacrificing a knight in spectacular style, ignoring rook takes G2, and that's a body blow you're not going to recover from, because the rook is coming to F1. If you take this knight, then it's going to be easy peasy like young Jeezy. King back to E8 will allow queen takes on E6. You can only block. Queen takes E7. It's mate. It's done. Nepo winning in style in the first game.
That's a beautiful finish. I tell you, nothing feels quite so good as winning a game. Winning your opening game, you feel so confident for the rest of the tournament. And I got to tell you, that felt like, Nepo in form. A really scintillating finish there, Christian.
Yes, sir. We have two amazing games still going on. Let's pick one and stay with that. I think we should stick with the five-time world champion, Anand, because he's playing Jordan, and an attacking game is going on right now.
Absolutely.
Back and forth. Let's see what's happening.
Well, when we left it, we were just going to go over the double B pawns. Knight F5, what a timing by Jordan, because after bishop takes F5, G6 takes F5, there's no open H file. And that's important.
The only way to open it is to give up a pawn.
Which he did with the move g6, takes. And we now have the open file and Vichy to play.
Just to point out, if you try to keep the h file closed with the move h6, if we go back a few moves.
After g6, h6, yes?
Yes, I did not look at necessarily the engine, but I have a feeling that knight takes f5 might come on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Knight takes f, or as a prep move, rook g1.
Yeah.
I think there was no question about it. Time is a factor, by the way. What is the...
2 minutes and 57 seconds for Viswanathan Anand, and for Jordan Van Foreest 3 minutes and 19 seconds right now.
Exactly. Now the queen has shifted over to h2. You don't want to see a queen landing on c2. So yes, I do believe it's time to get on a pair of running shoes. King f7, queen check, king e8. Let me just put those moves on the board, the moves that I'm expecting, that is to say.
And that's exactly what he played. King to f7 is on the board.
You can win this pawn on g6, but somehow the king has actually been flushed. I want to say to shelter. In the meantime, oops, I got the wrong one. I don't want to see queen
knight
c2.
takes f5, Yasser, on the board.
Okay.
The queen does not go to h7. Knight takes f5.
f5. Is this the barn burner move that brings white victory? Now you can't take with the g-pawn. That's very clear. g6 takes h5, queen h5. That's going to be checkmate in just a few more moves. So if we have to take it this way, now we go down check?
We go down check, then we take on g6, and now that the 6th rank is open, that bishop on a6 is going to fall.
But is it that clear?
Do you go with the king on d7, the question is, or on d8?
I'm going to go with d7 for just now.
Okay, I'm going to take on a6.
Are you sure?
I think I can. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see.
Oh, I see. So after check...
King to a1 or a2.
Or a2,
let's say
it doesn't
a2.
matter. Rook a8.
Now I go e6 check.
Now you go e6 check, and my desired move, king c7...
is met by bishop e5.
Is met by bishop... Ooh, and look at this. Jordan has captured on let's get back to the...
They're going into our variation. Yes.
Okay, we do have takes, and queen h7 check, king e8... Oh, sorry. King e6 on the board, right? Is that what was played?
Yes, king e6 is on the board, and I would expect queen
takes
takes
g6, which has been played.
I think we're going to see bishop
king
f6.
d7. Yeah. What?
Or bishop f6. I don't know if we're going
bishop
to see king d7.
f6. Oh, that would be...
Or rook f6. Rook f6 is also a possibility. I mean, it's who gives the checkmate first in this position.
And something went to f6. I think it was the bishop. But you're right. There was an option. Maybe Vichy just had expected king d7. I'm being told we have a result, by the way, in the MVL game.
Oh yeah, that was a massacre. That was a massacre.
Oh, we'll have to go back. But let's stay with the action with Vichy, because this is hot. Bishop f6. Now again, we're eyeballing queen c2 check, but is that a decisive check?
Bishop to c3 was played on the board,
which, by the way, stops queen c2 and keeps the move e5 takes in reserve whenever he wants it.
Also, what I'm seeing is that Viswanathan Anand is building up a time differential. That's very important.
In his favor?
He's building up his advantage on the clock. We have 2 minutes and 41 seconds and only 1 minute and 50 seconds for Jordan. Jordan is going to be hot on his heels right now with that king stuck in the center.
Well, with that queen breathing down my neck on the g6 square, I'm thinking queen g7. I don't want to see e5 takes f6, which will open up the e file for a rook and get at my king. Queen g7, however, is not much of a solace, because after queen g7, I could play rook h6, and I'm going to win back that bishop. And I'm thinking any kind of bishops of opposite color position where I've got a pawn on f6, I should win. So Vichy looking very, very good at this moment against the very young and successful Jordan Van Foreest. The old lion still roars. But let's jump back to Zagreb and Maurice. Maurice.
Just a quick note, guys. The game between Shakhriyar and MVL ended badly, embarrassingly for the Frenchman, when in this position he's about to lose his f-pawn, but it's going to be a bad position no matter what. Obviously, his double pawns are not great. White has the better minor piece, but you didn't have to play the move rook to c5. Like, what's that? Allowing rook d8 check, and you have to resign on the spot. He just blundered a rook. King up, rook takes, hello, check. You try to get your rook back, we'll just play check and take your rook in the corner. A very bad start for MVL in a tournament that he needs to win to have any chance of winning the Grand Chess Tour. Guys, a horrible, horrible blunder not to be expected by such a strong player.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice, for that. And going back to our game of Vichy for just a moment, Christian, we did see that move, Queen G7. What did you reckon about that move?
No, absolutely. Actually, Yasser, we went exactly into the variation that you were analyzing with Queen to G7, Rook to H6. This is currently the position. The queens have been traded off, queen takes g6, rook takes g6, bishop to e2, but as you were mentioning, the fact that we're going to see opposite color bishops with this pawn on f6, with this thorn in your heart, in black's heart, this is just impossible to defend. And the fact that the queens are not on the board doesn't matter. Your king is still unsafe in the center with this pawn on f6 because of the presence of the opposite color bishops. This guy on c3 doesn't have any opponent, and I'm going to be able to use that as an extra piece to build my attack and attack your king.
Quick
on
major
e6.
question
Not
for
looking
you.
good.
You can take on f6, but do you want a trade of rooks, yes or no?
I want to say yes. No, actually, sorry. I do not want to exchange one pair of rooks. No, I want to keep as many rooks on the board because I think my attack is coming faster than your attack.
Exactly. So the answer is when you're you're playing the role of the attacker, keep the attacking forces on the board. And by the way, Vichy did not rush the capture on f6. We just saw this incredible move, beautiful move, b4, giving the king the opportunity to go king a2 and king b3. 15 seconds for Jordan. Pick it up, Christian. 5 seconds, Christian. Rook c4.
That's masterful by Vichy.
Just in time. You like the move b4
that
very
move
much.
b4 is just masterful. And rook c4 is actually getting ready to bring the other rook to a8. But now Vichy decides to
rook
exchange.
d4 to trade one pair of rooks. But
it's very important which rook, and that is the active rook of black. The rook on c4. You want to keep that rook on f8.
Okay, he won a tempo, did Vichy, by playing the move rook d4. The rook just simply dropped back at the moment with rook c7. Times again?
Oh yeah, right now Jordan has 11 seconds and Vichy has more than 2 minutes on the clock.
Okay, so some move like king c2, king b3, just keeping all the pluses, and king c1. Very hard to guess Vichy's moves. He's so cagey. King to c1. I thought the move b4 was the intention to give the b3 square. And finally, rook g7 and trading on g7 is what has happened.
I have to say, I'm not a big fan of what happened in the position. I still think Vichy is definitely in the driver's seat quite handily. He's going to go b5 and try to swing that rook on the a4 square. But that's why he plays rook to b7 to avoid that move b5.
Okay. King to d2, just, well, extra material at the moment.
And it's important to note you cannot take on f6.
Yes, I was about to say, don't play king takes f6 and allow rook d3, discovered check, picking up the bishop. The bishop now has landed on the e4 square where it's very secure. But on the other hand, what white wants to do is he wants to just play rook to d1, rook over to g1, and then rook to g7. In short, the rook on d4 is misplaced. He wants to give that square for his king, and he's just played the move b5.
And that's exactly the problem with moving the rook from b7.
It's the bridesmaids, right? You've got a passer on f6, but you've also got another passer on b5. I don't think it makes a really big difference where the king goes, even if you were to win the f4 pawn, like king f2, rook f3 check, king e1, you take the pawn b6. It looks like these pawns are deadly.
And we also see the advantageous pawn on b2 defending that important bishop
Exactly.
on c3. Also, the pawn on d5, that's a liability for black because that bishop on e4 doesn't have a way to get back into the game to stop that b pawn from promoting. That's a problem.
No question about it. That pawn on d5 blocking the bishop's access. And Vichy has calculated this bishops of opposite color as completely winning. And he invited the trade of rooks. No, said Jordan, no can do. The pawns are too strong. With the move rook h2, rook c2 was a massive threat there. The move rook g1 just gives the king on d1. I see Vichy looking nervous. I can tell you one thing. I knew Vichy as a teenager. We played a lot of blitz together. We hung out a lot together. I'm not used to seeing that kind of nervousness. When he was young, he played his moves just with such utter ease and confidence. A little bit nervous. I think it's the lack of 5 seconds. And d4, Jordan said, I have to be able to prevent the pawn on b5 from promoting.
That pawn was a liability for black.
Exactly.
He had to give it away.
Exactly. Now, he has lured the bishop to a vulnerable square. It's not protected.
He's in trouble. That pawn on b2 doesn't allow your rook to swing on the other side on a2 where you would like it to be.
Exactly.
It's just such a frustrating position for black because there's nothing you can do. You just have to wait.
He just played rook c4, by the way. Again, one of the things that you always look to do in these bishops of opposite color positions is keep your bishops anchored.
Now rook to g7 is going to come on the board.
Rook to g7 and rook to e7 check.
That pawn is
followed by f7.
promoting.
And that's it. That's all she wrote, folks. Yeah, you could make a spike check.
Don't leave that rook on d5 because that's going to be a checkmate.
Be a mate.
That's going to be a nice checkmate.
I think we're ready. We're going to see Jordan throwing in the towel very, very shortly. There's nothing to do about f7 and bishop g7. It plays itself.
Yep.
A beautiful game. Beautiful game. And let's quickly go to the remaining game.
We still have one game.
And it was this crazy game that we couldn't make heads or tails of. We just in time to see Duda and Saric shake hands. But what happened?
Well, we have a repetition in the position, and I think we're going maybe to give Maurice the chance to analyze this later on.
To explain to us.
I don't want to get into what happened in this game. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
We're chicken. We're going to leave it to Maurice to figure that one out for us. That was pretty fun. What a nice round. What a great way to start. And some great games, but MVL, there's something wrong. He's not clicking.
I have to say, his last good tournament was the Candidates.
The Candidates, that's right.
2020.
Yes,
a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Since then, he's been just struggling over the board. Online, absolutely every single tournament he's playing, he's struggling. It's just a shell of himself. He's the number 3 player in rapid and blitz in the world.
Yep.
And he's just not performing at that level right now. Rook c5, that's not a move a 2900 player plays.
Absolutely.
Allowing rook to d8 and just pretty much resigning on the spot. That's not something you do.
No. True that. Still, having said that, we do have, what was it, 3 decisive
We have
games.
3 decisive results.
Was it a whitewash?
We have Mamediyarov with the white pieces. We have Nepo with the white pieces.
Beautiful
and
game.
we have Vichy Anand with the white pieces.
It was a whitewash.
Dominated this round, absolutely. And in very beautiful attacking fashion. That's exactly what we're going to see from these players in this fast and furious action.
Nice way to start the tournament. Starting the tournament with a bang indeed. And I think we'll just go to Maurice to get further insights into this exciting opening round. Maurice.
Indeed, a very dynamic start to the tournament. You can't be but happy to see 3 wins, and especially to see Vichy win a game. Now, I've got to say, when you see kind of spectacular games like this, you want to take a little bit deeper look. And the moment came, guys, when he played the move, knight takes f5. If I can just jump to that in the game right here, right in this moment, knight takes f5. I mean, that looks like a spectacular move until you see the post-game analysis by the injured. It says knight takes is actually not a great move on f5. The point is, don't touch this knight. Rook to h8 would have been the refutation to the move. Unfortunately for his fans, Vichy didn't have to suffer with this move, of course, but I'm sure young Jordan is going to think, oh my God, I could have won the game with this move. The point being that now he's able to stop the queen from coming into h7. The knight is going to hang, and it's just going to be a free piece no matter what you try to do here. Knight h6 is met by the vicious rook takes on h6, and if you take back, then bishop to d3 check, and the king is caught in a net. It's about to get mated. Rook takes on d3, queen c2, of course, is finished with the rook coming to the a8 square. So knight takes f5, just a bad move, it turns out, but the bluff worked. Lucky for Vichy that this move turned out to be successful. Another moment, big moment in another game was the game with Saric. You guys want me to explain this game? I'm not even going to try. This game was wild. That they played, crazy opening position. But there was a big moment here missed by Saric as well. Here he could have played this spectacular rook to e4. Finding moves like that, oh man, we'd have to check his pockets. Finding a move like rook to e4. The point is that the rook is headed over to the d4 square as the knight is seeking out this delicious d3 square to attack the king. Of course, if you take, then captures with a discovered check, and now the bishop on h3 is hanging. You'd have to estimate this position as great for black, with the knight still thinking about coming into d3. Very complex position to find a move like rook to e4, but he had the opportunity. The game ended up being a draw. Not a bad start. All Garry Kasparov in the wings thinking, okay, keep it up, keep it up. Drawing with black is not bad. Win some games so I can come in and do some damage. We'll see how this young man proceeds as it goes on. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, that indeed is the plan for Team Garry Kasparov. Ivan, do well, be as successful as Etienne was in Paris, and I will do my best in the blitz. And as we get ready to go on break, I'll just like to inform you what we're going to do on the break. We're going to have an interview. Maurice is going to be interviewing the Prime Minister of Croatia, as well as a chess lesson from our partner, KasparovChess.com. But first of all, let's go to the standings after round one of action, Christian. It's been a great round.
Oh, absolutely. Jan Nepomniachtchi showed his mettle in this one. Shahryar Mamediyarov continues his run from Bucharest playing brilliant chess. Vishwanathan, that's a good way to come back to the chessboard. That's a nice way. Alexander Grischuk and Anish Giri, Kasparov/Saric in this case, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda only made a draw. They have 1 point each, and then at the bottom of the standings we have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Anton Korobov, and Jordan Van Forest, who unfortunately were on the receiving end of those beautiful attacks.
Absolutely. So again, we're going to go on break and leave you with a lesson as well as a very nice interview.
Andrei Plenković, thank you so much for joining us. What are your feelings about this event coming back to Croatia once more after 2 years?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased that the Grand Chess Tour is again in the Croatian capital in Zagreb after 2 years. We would have been very happy if the last year there was no COVID-19 and we would have hosted the event as well in 2020. But we are really delighted that the 12 among the best players in the world are back to Croatia. There is a lot of support for chess here, and I'm sure we'll be enjoying the games during the next week.
World champion Garry Kasparov is playing as well. Your feelings about having him be such a leading force in making this event happen?
Garry is indeed, first of all, a friend, a world champion, an influencer, if I may say, globally, and someone who has found in Croatia his new country, his new home. And we are very happy that within his global activities, he still finds time and dedication to make the chess even more popular among the Croats, especially among our youth. And we hope that this tournament and the presence of the top players will actually engage more young people in Croatia to become chess players.
I have a tricky question for you. I think there's probably only one right answer. Who's your favorite to win this event?
Well, we have Ivan Šarić here, who is the Croatian chess player who has been, he's a grandmaster. He was the European champion in 2018. we will be supporting him and Gary, of course, but having seen all the other top players in the world here, it will be a pleasure to observe, and I let the most skillful one, the most creative one be the best during this tournament. We are happy to see them all.
Good answer, smart answer. Thank you so much for joining us and hosting the event.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
The French is the opening you can play against the move 1 e4 with the move 1 e6. This is not the most topical opening, but it has been played by some great players of the past, most notably Mikhail Botvinnik and Viktor Korchnoi. Also, Armenian players Smbat Putyan and Rafael Vaganyan have done a great contribution. And many others. Artur Yusupov is a notable example. And also the players, the modern players have played it. Occasionally Magnus Carlsen plays the French. Also many others. The German youth players, the top youth players are playing it. The point of the opening is to fight for the center. While we don't immediately control these squares, we intend to push the d pawn to d5 and hit the e4 pawn. Now the problem is quite evident. After d4, d5, we have the issue of the c8 bishop. It is potentially a bad bishop. But things are not so simple. Let's look at options white has here. After e takes d5, the so-called exchange French, black plays e takes d5, and the bishop gets activated. Position is symmetric and pretty equal. Other options for white, the advanced French, the move e5. Very critical move. White controls the center, but black starts the counterplay against the d4 pawn with the move c5. After c3, the main line continues with knight c6, knight f3, and now queen b6. This is the main line, hitting the d4 pawn, keeping an eye on the b2 pawn. Black has quite some counterplay here. Another big variation is the Tarrasch defense, move knight d2. Here, black has an option of playing knight f6, provoking the move e5, or the main move c5, challenging the center and opening up the position. After, for example, e takes d5, queen takes d5, d takes c5, black can recapture the c5 pawn with the queen or with the bishop, and we get the standard structure for this variation. A very complicated structure, but essentially fine for black. The main variation is the third move, knight c3. Here, black has three options. D takes e4 is the so-called Rubinstein French. The positions after knight takes e4 are relatively simple. Black is trying to get this knight d7, knight gf6, then the c5 break, trade these two pawns, and get the position similar to the Tarrasch variation. This is a very solid weapon. Black does not get many winning chances, but it's been played most notably by Georg Meyer from Germany, quite a lot of games. He played it throughout his career, and he claims this is a decent way of fighting for the equality. But the two most popular lines are much more strategically complex. Knight f6, this is the classical variation. Quite remarkably, it's been played by Kasparov and Kramnik after their retirement. I don't know what to think about it, but that is a fact. After knight f6, white pushes the pawn to e5, immediately or after the move bishop g5. The position after e5, knight comes to d7, white usually plays f4, black plays c5, white usually plays knight f3. Now we get this very complicated position. The c8 bishop is a problem. Very often it trades itself via a6 to the f1 bishop. Or sometimes the bishop remains here and black starts counterplay against the d4 pawn with moves like knight c6, queen b6, or breaks the e5 pawn with the move f6. These positions are very complex. But the other option black has against the third move, knight c3, is even more complicated. That is the bishop b4, the Wiener variation. The positions become very balanced here. After the move e5, black plays c5. The main line goes with a3, bishop takes c3, bc. And this is one of the most strategically complex positions in chess. White has advantage of two bishops and a very strong central control, a complete control over the e5 square, as he has the dark square bishop. Black, in his turn, has a better pawn structure. White already got weaknesses here. And if black manages to trade the bishop, he's going to have a positional advantage. The main line continues even more fascinatingly with move knight e7. White plays queen g4. And black can sacrifice the g7 pawn with the move queen c7, queen takes g7, rook g8, queen takes h7. Black is currently 2 pawns down, but he hits back in the center with c takes d4. and this is a very complicated position. The Winawer defense, the tabia of the Winawer defense. Many top-level games have been played here. I played it with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. This is also, incidentally, my youth weapon. I played this as a child with black. Very complicated. Once again, the French defense, very strategically complex, sound, but a compact defense for black. As we saw, there are not that many deviations for white. So it is a perfect choice to play on all the levels, starting from amateurs all the way to the top level.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our live coverage of Zagreb, Croatia, our third Grand Chess Tour event. We had a great pop, an opening round which featured 3 decisive games, all won with the white pieces. We think there was a bluff with knight f5, but it was a visual bluff by Vichy. When he played the move, I thought it was spectacular. I got to tell you, Christian, I was shocked when Maurice pointed out that it was an error.
No, absolutely. To be honest, when I saw the position, I immediately saw knight f5 and I thought, yes, this is what he's going to go for. I did not see rook h8, and that would have created problems for white, probably lost for white at that point. But what struck me the most is how nervous Vichy Anand was.
Yes.
You were pointing that out, Yasser, quite accurately. You've never seen Vichy so nervous. He was not even watching the position at some point. He was watching around the playing hall, trying to get his attention away from the chessboard. You can feel the nervousness, and that is because he hasn't played for 16 months. And he was mentioning in some of his interviews quite an interesting fact. You know, a lot of people have been saying, oh, he probably should retire, and he never did, because of course, why would you retire when you're on top of your game? But since he hasn't been traveling, since he hasn't been in the spirit of the chess player, traveling to tournaments month after month, his priorities changed. Now he has a family. Now he doesn't know if he can come back to that regular lifestyle of a chess player. Now he's back. We're going to see how that impacts his general attitude. This nervousness is very natural in the first couple of games. We're going to see if it continues. I don't think it will, because he's such an experienced top-level player, and he's going to bring back that energy that he is very well known for. Yasser,
no question about it. I think you're right. It's just these jitters. But yesterday we had the opening ceremonies of Zagreb, and we've got some B-roll for you here as we take a look at what happened. Here is the players striding their way into the opening ceremonies.
What a beautiful hole.
Looks very nice. And is that Gary? It's very hard to tell.
It looked like Gary.
That sure looked like Gary to me. And what the players had to do, of course, is draw their numbers. Very important in the rapid games. It's a single round robin. In the blitz, it doesn't really matter because it's a double round robin. But I always like that extra white, Christian.
Of course,
absolutely,
and,
man.
You know, you see why. You get to dictate the way the game is going to go from the beginning. And if your preparation is top-notch, which all these players have, then you're probably going to get a slight advantage out of the opening. That's the nature of it.
No question about it. And let's just take one more look at the standings before we reveal the pairings for the next round. And once again, we have 3 decisive leaders, I want to say, co-leaders.
We have Jan Nepomniachtchi, Shahryar Mamediyarov, Viswanathan Anand with a victory and 2 points. We have Alexander Grishuk, Anish Giri, Kasparov / Saric in this case, and Jan Krzysztof Duda on 1 point. That's a draw. and we have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Anton Korobov, and Jordan Van Forest, who are struggling up to this point, but it's just round number 1. Still plenty of games to go. But let's go to Zagreb with Maurice before the games get going.
Well, I got to tell you guys, it's so exciting to be on the ground here, watching the players, seeing the interactions. And one, Garry Kasparov, knocked on the door and came in the room where we're broadcasting, and he was there. He was just talking about some ideas that he had, and I said, you want to come on at some point and get interviewed? He said, no, I'm so busy. I got Twitch later for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I want to stay as fresh as possible. Of course, you know, I was trying to get him on the show. But the thing that he said, he remarked, was he was prowling. We saw him prowling around the room watching the games. He said, man, when I'm on the side, I see everything. It's just like bing, bing, bing. The problem is when I'm sitting there, somehow that what I see when I'm on the side is not translating to moves on the board, and that's frustrating him because the game just looks so easy to him when he's sitting on the side. A lot of us say that as well, except a lot of us don't have the pedigree of a Garry Kasparov. And then what was cool was when he left the room, I saw him go over to Anand. And you imagine these two great legends who fought a world championship match in 1995 and played for so many years. And they were just chatting about the game, and Garry was saying, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? And I was like, yeah, he could have also played this too. So it's great to see living legends live, just analyzing variations. What a magnificent event has been designed to bring those two together. Can't wait to see them play. That's going to be the blitz, though, folks, in a couple of days. But, well, at least 3 days from now, it'll start. Incredible atmosphere here in Zagreb.
Thank you, Maurice. Gotta love that, just being around the legends of the game. And now, having said that, let's do the reveal and the pairings, Christian, for round 2.
Let's see
Set the table for us, please.
Let's see what the big clashes are. Of course, we have Anton Korobov, the wild card, playing against Ivan Saric. Anton Korobov, this is with the white pieces, is a very dangerous guy. We have Anish Giri with Duda. We have Van Forest, Jordan Van Forest against Alexander Grischuk. We have MVL versus Vishy Anand. And we have Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is scorching hot, playing against Mamedyarov, another very hot player. So this one, I think, is our matchup of the round, the one between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Mamedyarov. We're going to have an eye on this one.
Oh, no question about that. That's going to be a huge game. And for those of you who are probably wondering about it, yes, indeed, I do have a few items that I would like to draw your attention to. World Chess Hall of Fame coffee mug, but also a T-shirt. Here, this beautiful swag, as we like to call it. We love our swag packages when we come to St. Louis. We get to wear some of the very nice, I must say, T-shirts and polo shirts. And all of these things are available at Q Boutique. And during these broadcasts, we very often have huge discounts on some of our merchandise. So do your shopping at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. And
well, imagine yourself, Yasser, waking up in the morning, 7 a.m., getting ready for the broadcast at 8
Happens every day.
What are you going to put your hands on? Of course, a leisurely T-shirt as well as a coffee mug. You want to drink your coffee out of something, you're going to get that coffee mug. Beautiful, green, vibrant color. And of course, you're going to enjoy your coffee, watch the games, and yeah, don't forget, shop at Q Boutique, guys.
A real team player there, Christian. I'll share the commission with you.
Absolutely.
I promise.
Absolutely.
Family discount for you, Christian, 5%. It's all very good. Again, I just want to say that was starting with a bang, and there was something about the Rapid and Blitz tournaments that I just really love on this Grand Chess Tour. Very disappointing start for MVL, but for us as commentators, we just love the action when there's so many decisive games. Again, 3 decisive games out of the 5 that's just played. And again, I just see this huge big dog matchup between Shaq and Nepo that, well, I can't help but feel that that's going to have our attention for most of this second round. What what draws your eye, Christian?
No, absolutely, that's the one. But I was just watching MVL, and it's so difficult to see him struggling like that. Because, you know, as chess players, as chess professionals, you're expecting at some point to have a series of bad runs, of bad events.
Clear.
But to have a year and a half and to see your dreams fade away at the candidates in the second part of the event, and to be honest, that was such a crucial moment for the world of chess when that tournament was halted at halfway, because Jan Nepomniachtchi just lost in the seventh decisive round against MVL. MVL just managed to catch the leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. If the games would have continued at that point, MVL was the favorite. After a year of pause, Jan became the favorite because Jan was hot. Jan was playing amazing in these online events. MVL was not.
Exactly.
And this is exactly the story that keeps on repeating for MVL for the past year and a half. And it's just heartbreaking to see him like this. But he's a strong, resilient player. He's trying to help him. Gary's
trying to help MVL. Look at that. You know, like, hey, man, this is the way you got to play. Got to play 1, E2, E4. By the way, that was a nice comment that Maurice was making. We say in chess that kibitzers see everything.
Yeah.
You know, like you and I, we play a blitz game, and we got Maurice sitting next to us and say, yes, why didn't you take the pawn? What, could I have taken the pawn? and there's Gary Kasparov.
Let's go to
But
Mamed
I
Yarov.
love the game between Jan and
Mamed Yarov.
Shaq. I think that these two players, again, Jan playing the role of challenger to the world champion, how much is he protecting his opening analysis, and how much does he want to share in order to win the event, Christian? You have to balance the scales. Winning the Grand Chess Tour event is huge, great prize money, but winning the World Championship is even better. So what kind of novelties is he not prepared to share?
That is such a difficult question, Yasser, and I have to say that I was part of Team Fabiano when we were fighting Magnus Carlsen in 2018, and he actually had the Olympiad not many months before the World Championship title. And the Olympiad, you know, you have to represent your country, you have to bring your best weapons to the chessboard. That was a huge dilemma, and he decided, yes, to bring everything that he had, and we managed to kind of resupply those weapons as we were going into the World Championship match in those 3-4 months before that. But of course, the match is in November. There's still plenty of months, but this is also a rapid event. You're going to play a lot of games. You're not going to play 9 games. You're going to play, I don't know, my math is wrong, but I think it's 27 games for the next 5 days. That's a lot of games. That's a lot of weapons that you could potentially show. We're going to have to wait and see whether he's going to bring everything that he has and resupply those weapons leading up to the match, or keep some in his bag and just play from different, let's say, eras, ideas, you know, that his seconds have.
And let's just take a look at the lifetime score between these two gladiators. As we see in the rapid chess, now this is not the classical chess, this is the rapid chess. 10 wins for Nepo, 7 losses, 6 draws. Incredibly combative, Christian.
Oh,
I would have thought the draws would have been higher between these two, but I was wrong. Look at the decisive number of games.
This is in
Remarkable.
rapid chess also.
Yes.
We have to mention that this is not classical.
Emphasize.
Only rapid chess, and we know that Nepo is such a strong player in rapid chess. He, as you were mentioning, Yasser, in the beginning of the first round, he's such an intuitive player. He just plays fast, he trusts his intuition, and very rarely is it wrong. I mean, he's just an amazing player.
Yeah, I see that somehow Nepo, I want to say, kind of has wrong-footed Shaq, if I can put it like that. Shaq, very much known, for example, to being a Grunfeld player, but because of the particular move order that Nepo played, c4, g3, bishop g2, there's no d7, d5 in this specific position. And if you play d7, d6, you're getting into a kind of a king's Indian with bishops fianchettoed on both sides. I think that score one for Nepo as he's outplayed him. Now, on the other hand, if you play c5 and you want to transpose into a Benoni with e6, then that's your choice as well. How do you feel about this specific position? Do you think that Shaq has been a little bit outplayed?
Well, it's difficult to say because I think Shaq does enjoy these type of structures as well. As long as he's going to get a combative position, he is such a strong player. He has been playing Grunfeld, King's Indian, Slav, you name it, since 25 years ago,
Good point.
right?
Good
He's
point.
been playing this since he was a kid, so he is aware of everything that's happening on the board. And let's get back to your point. Is White, Jan Nepomniachtchi, going to show his weapons, or is he just playing things from memory? We're going to have to wait and see. But I don't think he necessarily can be said that he outplayed him in this position. It's a normal game for both sides.
Oh yes, no, definitely it's a position, and a theoretical position at that. So outplayed, no, nothing of that.
Outfoxed.
Outfoxed. Something like I got you to play a position that maybe you really didn't want to play. By the way, this move a7, a6, I find that to be, using your term, a very foxy move, because what does that move actually do? It looks counterintuitive, especially with the knight coming into d7. You think you're going to put your knight on c5. No, you're not. In fact, what you're trying to do is you're trying to play the move c5, followed by knight e5 and b5. And the idea is to grab some space on the queen side with c5, b5. And these two moves, whoa.
That's exactly what he's gunning for, c5 and then b5.
Rook b8 in this specific position, though. Okay, if I play the move bishop f4, doesn't that just put the kibosh on the idea of c5?
It does, but I'm probably going to start with the move knight to e5 at that point.
Anyway, knight to e5, tickling my pawn. And if I play the move b3,
then I maybe go c5 and then b5.
And now you get in the move b5. Okay.
But he did not play this. He played the move bishop to e3.
Bishop to e3. After the move rook b8.
After
bishop,
b8, yeah.
Okay, bishop e3. Now the idea behind that move is you're not occupying the f4 square. So if we continue like we just did a moment ago, the idea in this case is White's giving himself the opportunity of playing for f4. Interesting clash of styles going on here, and I do think that the move f2, f4 will bring advantage to White. So maybe bishop e3 is superior to bishop f4. In any case, for the moment, let's just leave it here.
You could also start with c5, which I think he actually did on the board. As you
It's on the board?
No, he did play knight e5. Never mind.
Knight e5, yeah. Knight e5, and we're expecting b3.
He played it
C5?
instantaneously, and c5 was played instantaneously. So they're following your line, yes, sir.
Yeah, it feels like something I'm familiar with, and yet I'm not, because it so rarely occurs these days. Like nowadays, everybody's going down these enormously long variations of the Grunfeld defense, and everybody has to remember, like how to play the Grunfeld. And these, what we would call old Indian variations, aren't as popular as they used to be. Let's take a look around the horn at a couple of other key matchups as they're going on. Just a second, that was not what I wanted to click on. And we have the game between Duda and Anish. This looks like a bishop b5 check Sicilian. It was. And the players are still in a very typical theoretical position. White has some space, but Black has a very solid position. No pawn weaknesses. We'll leave that position. Ooh, okay, this is one of those open, I want to say Joko piano slash scotches. I don't know exactly how to classify this. I've seen Wesley So play numerous games on the White side. If anybody is like the master in this specific opening, it has to be Wesley. I don't know enough about it myself. Can you speak knowledgeably to this position, Christian? Because I know that the theory is quite intense these days.
I've analyzed this position quite extensively, but I have to say I've analyzed it a long time ago. And I do remember.
I forgot everything. Right?
I do remember some nuances, and it's very interesting because, of course, we see this expansion on the king side trying to inhibit this bishop on g6, and this is the key in this position. You're going to try to go after this bishop, push those pawns, try to limit the movement of black's pieces. This is key. This bishop on b6 also doesn't have that much to do for the moment. Structure-wise, black is doing quite well. So if he's able to transition this game into an endgame, then I have a much more compact structure on the queen side. You're going to play the move c6, you're going to connect these pawns, and then this pawn on d4 is going to be a liability. Also, if you escape the wrath of white on this side, also these pawns can be a little bit overextended, and that's black's plan in the position. He needs to find a way to transition this game into an endgame. This bishop is most likely going to drop back after c6 to c7, hide there, try to take advantage of this weakened diagonal, because it's specifically this square on f4. This is quite important, supported by the rook on f8 now that we have the f-file open. This is quite an interesting position. We're going to have to wait and see how it develops. But let's go to Maurice. He has some insights from us from Zagreb. Maurice.
Well, just wanted to mention how intriguing this tournament is. It's not something you see every day, definitely not at the top level of chess. It's the disparity in ages between these competitors. If you look at the very top, Gary, of course, the oldest in the competition, followed by Anand, both of them in their 50s. You jump down to another level and you get to the group of players in the 30s. Alexander Grishchuk and Shakir Mamadyrov and Anton Korobov, 37 and 36 years old, mid-30s, if you will. Then you jump down again and you get three 30-year-olds, MVL, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Ivan Šadić, closely followed by an Anish Giri, who's now a two-time father, still in his 20s, however. And then the youngins of the tournament, Jan Krzysztof Duda, second oldest, or second youngest, if you will, and Jordan van Forest at only 22. All of them, this whole mix, you might say, well, Gary's from another generation entirely with Vichy, but even Grishchuk is so far ahead of of Van Forest, 15 years difference. You'll say, wow, this is a real mix of the older guys, the guys we used to hang with, Yaz, and the middle-aged guys, and then the youngins. Really interesting mix. Will that matter as we're talking about rapid and blitz, as supposedly the younger guys are supposed to be faster, but as we've seen, Anand already took care of the youngest player in the tournament. That rule doesn't always hold true. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maurice. I couldn't help but recalling 22-year-old Jordan van Forest is the youngest player in the field, and the opening mentioning that Garry Kasparov, the legend, was 22 years old and world chess champion at 22. I just want to turn our attention to the game between MVL and Vishy Anand. I remember myself having a spectacular fail. I had returned to chess after retiring in the U.S. Championship, and I was playing against Larry Christensen, and I was on the black side of a Caro-Kann, as it was Vishy, and he played this Nigel Short system against me, and I played c5 and queen b6, and completely, thanks to jet lag, messed up my preparation, and fortunately, Vishy did not. He took on b2 only after including the move knight to c6. I took on b2 one move too soon. And the players followed a very, very sharp theoretical line, one that I, again, had wanted to play against Larry, but unfortunately misplayed it. And the move h4, that move to me is new. I mean, that's the latest and greatest move. But h5 was equally is equally surprising. And in the position that they have, I'm wondering, why do we want to include the move h4 and h5 when I feel that this rook could suddenly come out, swing over, and after the move c4, d4, rook d1, rook d8, this is a long theoretical line, Christian. But at the same time, if black just is able to play knight e7, rook h6, it's like one of the most beautiful, easy games that you can possibly ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a very tense endgame in this position, and you were mentioning this move h4, h5. Well, there's pros and cons. For white, the pro is that, of course, you're going to have some space for the king. Checks on the first rank are not going to work very well. You're not going to checkmate me.
Clear.
Also, that pawn on h5 is currently a target for my bishop on e2, so that's quite important as well. You were mentioning rook h6 and swing on the 6th rank, but you have to be careful because you have to defend that pawn on h5 somehow, unless you plan on giving it back to me. If you go rook h6, how are you going to continue supporting that pawn on h5 before you swing the rook on the 6th rank? You cannot do that. You have to go g6, but that locks the rook on h6.
My thought was that I'm going to move the rook, and if you take the pawn, I'll bring the rook back.
Yeah.
So that I'll move the rook. For the moment, the idea was simply to, number one, develop, and also to develop the knight. I'm not afraid of bishop check. Bishop check, I'm just going to move my king, and I'm going to say, yeah, you got to check. No, I'm not worried about this pawn either.
Another very important question you have to answer is whether c6 in this position works after rook to
immediately.
h6. Immediately c6.
Okay, I was hoping.
Knight to e7, now c7, let's see.
c7 and
rook to c8, and now let's put the rook behind. So I have the option of
rook
also taking on
d4
d4 if I want.
Well, this is something that we'll keep our eye on as we go to Maurice with an update. Maurice.
Well, another game we're keeping an eye on is that big dog game you two highlighted at the very top, is the game between Nepo and Shak. Remember, Shakhriyar won Bucharest, so he's got 13 points. He's chasing Wesley So, who played a second event and won it in Paris. But remember, Wesley came in second, tied for second in Bucharest. So Wesley has a great setup right now at 21.3. Shakhriyar at least wants to come in second place, and he's gone off to a fantastic start. But Nepo is trying to bury him. Nepo, who, by the way, is not a part of the tour, has just been a wild card in both Paris and this event, saying, I don't care about what your standing is. I'm trying to warm up for a big dog named Magnus Carlsen, and that is indeed his goal. We see here the standings as Wesley at 21.3 after two events, Levon Aronian at 13.8 also after two, with Shakhriyar at 13. Maxime, playing his third event, is in deep trouble. That loss early is virtually going to seal his fate unless he makes an incredible comeback. And Grishchuk, we should point out, also came in second place, tied for second in Bucharest. So doing very well at the moment is Alex. I want to point out, though, this big dog matchup again, Nepo versus Shak. And we take a look at this position, and it's a dynamic position indeed. Shakhriyar played the move b5, and after f4, he dropped his knight back to d7, saying, what's the problem here? You want my pawn? I'm going to play the move b4. And chasing this knight away, so the bishop on g7 will have dynamic possibilities. I'll show you what I mean. If you just throw your knight into the middle, when a simple trade in the middle, gift me your piece on a1, and now where's your queen going? What'd you do? You entered, and now you're dead. So this line doesn't work. But after queen takes d6, b4, Nepo said, you can have my knight. Matter of fact, you take on c3, I'm taking back. And it's two pawns for the knight. But look at this pawn formation that white has constructed deep in enemy territory. The knight on f6 has to go somewhere random. h5 looks like the only key square where it will be attacked as well with a move like g4. So this game has just gotten super sharp, guys. And as I said, Nepo doesn't care about the Grand Chess Tour at all. He's trying to warm up for Magnus. And he said that in an interview just before this event started. It's all about getting in shape. And this is a valuable game and tournament for him to do just that. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely. Different motivations, Christian, for the players. But what do you think about this piece sacrifice. Enterprising, and I gotta say, it looks pretty good for white.
It's definitely very, very good for white, and specifically from the practical perspective, because right now you do have a couple of ways of saving the piece. You can go knight to h5, as Maurice was pointing out. You can also play the move rook to e6, attacking this queen, forcing the queen to go back, and then go with the move knight to e8. The problem is, let's look at the quality of the pieces. Black's pieces after rook to d1 are all tied up. Not only that, but this knight is going to jump potentially to d5 or to e4. I don't even need to do anything immediate. I just need to slowly restrict the movement of your pieces. I already have 2 pawns. That's a lot of compensation already. And potentially, I'm going to focus my attention on this pawn c5. So for example, if you go queen to a5, I can even go something like knight to e4, propose the exchange of the queens. If you take, I will take, despite the fact that we know whenever we're down material, we're not supposed to exchange the queens. But in this particular case, all your remaining pieces on the board are very miscoordinated, and white's pieces on the other hand are very well coordinated, very nicely placed. The rooks are going to find a nice attacking avenue on the d file. You're going to have to remove that knight from d7 when I play the move rook to d1. You cannot leave it there. That's going to allow me to get via e4 to c5 with the knight. All my pieces are just flying on the board. This is a terrible situation for black. That's one way of defending this knight. Another way of defending this knight is to go bishop to f8 first, or knight to h5, force the idea of this move g4. Now it looks like the knight is not going anywhere. Obviously you don't want to go to g3, because after king to h2, that's going to be a lost knight, trapped knight. But you do have this nice maneuver of bishop to f8, forcing the queen back, and then knight to g7. It's just so difficult to play chess like this with so little time, and this is exactly what we're seeing right now. Look at Shaq. He's worried in this position.
No question. It's just like the initiative, the control of the board. It's 2 pawns for a knight. So materially speaking, black is ahead, but the problem is white's pieces are so well coordinated. Rook a d1, as you were pointing out, the knight swinging to d5 or e4 by white. Yeah, it's tough. Another position, again, the MVL game versus Vichy. Vichy made a double-edged decision. Facing the move c5, he said, you know what, go ahead. Put your rook on the 7th rank. I want that pawn. With the move b6 takes c5, I've got 2 connected passed pawns. You're going to have to deal with that. Don't ever let me play d3, followed by c4. But after rook b7, knight e7, rook takes a7, there's a certain problem with Vichy's position. He would really love to play knight c6, but knight c6 runs into bishop b5, pinning the knight, so you got to get your king out of the way. Castles, unfortunately, hangs the knight. But if you play king to f8, well, after a move like bishop to c4, the knight is still stuck. The rook is going to come over to c7. It feels uncomfortable unless you can essay and get away with the move knight g6. The move knight g6 prepares to castle, and you want to grab the pawn on either e5 or h4. It really feels like it's double-edged. I don't think black can get away with this, but well, we'll keep an eye on this key game. What do you have for us, Christian?
Well, I was doing some research about that game that you asked me at the beginning, the one between Jordan Van Forest and Alexander Grishuk, and there's quite some interesting statistics in this one. At this point in the position, after the move h4, there's only 1 game in the database. Guess who played that game? Jordan Van Forest. 1 year ago, in 2019, he completely obliterated his opponent. His opponent played the move f6. Instead of that, Grishuk played the move f5. E takes f5, knight takes f6. As we were mentioning, white is just going to try to pressure black on the king side. Black is going to try to make some space on the queen side and rearrange his pieces. This is exactly what we have on the board. But what strikes me the most right now is that White has 21 minutes and 45 seconds. He's definitely aware of where the pieces should be placed, how this position should be played. He is the only one that has a game in the database. Guess how many minutes does Grishuk has? 11 minutes. That almost double. So he's going to have huge problems on time. Of course, we know Alexander Grishuk. He is a regular when it comes to time trouble situations. He enjoys those, but those are not healthy, especially in this type of positions when you're being viciously attacked by White's pieces.
Especially in rapid chess, the time is such a crucial factor. If you're Ivan Saric and you're playing on team Garry Kasparov is a formidable force. He's there. He's hovering around the tournament hall. And Ivan Saric is playing a game that just makes me laugh. Anton Korobov, his opponent, and call me a classical player if you will, but when I was playing the Sicilian as black, let me tell you, I was never playing the Sicilian with h5. I didn't play h5 as black. And I was certainly never playing a Sicilian where I played h5 and f5 as black. Not happening. In this game, help me out here, if you will, Christian. We have h5, h4, h3, bishop e7. So far, everything's okay. e5, even that I'm going to say is okay. Until we come to this part right here where you play the move f7, f5. How can you play Sicilian like this? You play h5 and f5?
Very, very unusual.
What?
I think the main point in the position is that right now the queens are facing each other. So I'm ready to exchange the queens whenever I need to. I'm not going to get checkmated. Also, my bishops are covering every single square around my king. So despite the fact that I'm opening my king as such with h5 and an f5, probably not going to castle anywhere, I'm just going to keep that king in the center, I'm still safe. Your pieces are more geared towards a strategic play. That knight on a4 could potentially try and take advantage of some weakened squares, jump to b6, maybe redirect to c4. It's actually a slower game. So this is exactly why black decided to go and try to speed things up, try to insert some dynamic in the position, and that is exactly what you need to do when you have the two bishops, the bishop pair. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Ivan. I think he's definitely taking the right approach in this game.
Feels double-edged to me, strategically speaking. You know, like when it goes wrong, it's like you're not coming back. You know, you burnt some bridges in your position. On the other hand, what you're saying is true. You've got the two bishops. Because the queens are opposing each other,
it's very
maybe
difficult.
it's okay to get this type of attacking play. Sorry.
It's very difficult to avoid the queen trade. So for example, if you try to go something like queen c4 and get out of this attack, I always have the option of playing queen b5.
Clear.
And that's going to force the exchange of the queens because you have to keep connection with the knight on a4.
Just a key question for you. If I drop my knight, you do have f4. Oh, darn. I wanted to make a pawn sacrifice. Strike me dead. I wanted to make a pawn sacrifice like this. The knight on a4, to my mind, is a loose piece. I wanted to put it on b6, cement it, and maybe even play for a move like c4, but it's all wrong. Knight b6 does allow the move f5, f4.
Well, this is what happens when you're not listening to your true nature. Yeah.
Exactly.
You're giving up pawns? What is
this? No. Strike me dead. I said it already. Yes. Well, okay, that's interesting, and I'm sure Garry is keeping his eye carefully peeled to that game. Again, we had some big dog matchups. What is taking place? One game we have not kept an eye on is the game between Anish and Duda. This was, I remember looking at this line ages ago, different timeline actually, and I always thought this move, knight on f3 to e1, just had me in giggles because how, as a chess coach, do you explain to your student that you're undeveloping a knight that looks really, really good, but you're doing it with a very clear purpose? This knight on e4 is actually a very strong piece, and you just want to kick it and in fact trap it with the moves f3 and h4. The move h7, h6, what's that all about? Well, you're giving your knight a square from which it can retreat. So f3, knight g5, knight d3. The players quickly have reached this position, and I'm going to say it's still a strategic, a theoretical struggle, Christian.
Oh, absolutely. It looks like it. Definitely Anish is within his element. Both players are within their elements. It's going to be very interesting to see how this one develops. It's going to be a battle of, once again, speed. Who's going to be first? Black is going to attack and try to develop his play on the queen side. Probably get the knight to b6, jump to c4, try to create some weaknesses, trying to provoke this move b3 so that I can pressure that knight on c3. This is the plug in the position for white. If you lose that connection between the pawn on b2 and the knight on c3, then black's major pieces are going to be able to invade on the c file. They're going to do a lot of damage. White, on the other hand, is going to try to attack on the king side. Of course, we've seen this quite a few times. Whenever you have space advantage given by that pawn on e5, you're going to want to attack on that side. So he's going to try to go potentially h4, and at some point g3, f4, break through and try to checkmate. Who's going to be first? That's what we're going to see struggle between these two players in the next few moves.
Yeah, f4, f5 looks very promising from the white side. Let's just jump to this other game between Jordan Van Foreest and Alexander Grischuk, the game that you've been talking about. Still, I don't know. Are we still in theoretical territory?
Doesn't seem like it.
Some novelty occurred earlier.
Well, f5 was the new move instead of f6. F6 was the move that Jordan faced in 2019, and he won quite nicely in that game, but f5 was a new move, and now we have a very interesting, intriguing position.
Where
it seems
okay, it looks like white's trying to dominate the board all over. He's trying to dominate it in the center, especially on the king side, but even on the queen side, he's like go ahead, give me a check. I'm just going to move my king. My king is actually going to be very safe on the square g2. My knight will land nicely on c5, and the move h6. Well, he's basically saying you're forced to play g6. And this pawn on h6 is, we call it these days the alpha zero pawn, because it seemed like alpha zero, the chess program, the artificial intelligence program, was putting its pawn on h6 and teaching the chess world. That's a very dangerous pawn. What's our engine suggesting about this? Is h6 a good pawn?
Yeah, this h-pawn was just simply the revolution of the past 3 years in chess. Before that, pushing the h-pawn was quite unusual. Now everybody does it in every single position.
I know, it's terrible.
You can play d4, c4, and then play h4. Why
right.
not? You know, against the Grunfeld, to avoid this type of situations. Very intriguing positions, but once again, I'm going to be focusing on the time situation right now. Let's see what's brewing in this one, but let's see what Maurice has to say from Zagreb.
Well, another interesting game, and it just reflects the personality of the player. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, desperate to start picking up some points. And how does he do it? He goes main line, and he plays dynamically. That's Maxime. By the way, yesterday, it was all about the World Cup semifinal. I got a chance to sit in one of the squares in Croatia, here in Zagreb, and watch the game between Italy and Spain with Maxime, and of course Ivan Šarić was there. We also had Leonard and the crew, broadcast crew. That was amazing by itself. But I was talking to Maxime, and all he was talking about was basketball. He's so into the playoffs. He knows so much about basketball, and he planned to watch last night's game, which started at 3 in the morning. I didn't get a chance to ask him whether or not he did watch the game, but I did get a chance to ask Grischuk, and he woke up in the middle of the night to start watching the second half, which was about 4 a.m. Zagreb time. So these players are big sports fans as well. But going back to this position, here we see a position where black is already up a pawn, sacrificed the b2 pawn, did white. And how does Maxime handle his business? More sacrifices. He just wants to play dynamically. Rook to b7, knight e7, rook takes on a7. He's gotten a pawn back. And right here, Vichy has a big decision to make, how to unwind his pieces, as his knight is a little stuck, can't just castle, and his rook in the corner on h8 needs to come into the game. Maybe rook h6 was a move here. He played knight to g6, attacking 2 pawns, and how did Maxime handle this? Bishop b5 check, king f8. Now the rook on h8 is a real problem, and instead of any solid move like rook to c7, for example, that would have been a nice way to try to win material back. The guy said, I'm not interested. f4 on the board. f4, say you can have that pawn, and after knight takes, bishop takes on c4. Actually, I think f4 is the last move that was played. The point being, knight takes f4, bishop c4, knight e6, and a4. Again, black is down a rook in the corner with a runaway a-pawn going down the board. This is how Maxime handles himself. Dynamically, aggressively. You push him to the wall. He doesn't go solid. He goes aggressive. Sometimes it works out. We've seen it not work out for him in the past year. But this position looks extremely sharp. Will Vichy be able to stop the very motivated MVL? Guys?
Wow, very nice. Thank you, Maurice. Double-edged position. Another game that's just gone crazy. I love it, is the game between Nepo and Shaq. When we left it, we just really loved the coordination that Jan had. We saw that idea of knight h5 and bishop f8 being played. We mentioned that the move bishop f8 comes with a tempo against the queen on d6. This knight on h5 is not trapped, as it does have the square g7, but great, your pieces are on the first and second rank. 2 pawns for a knight. The knight jumped to the d5 square, and Shaq's on the back foot. What did Shaq do? He said, well, let me open up space for my pieces. I'll play the move f6. Please trade. Take on f6 so that my knight... No. I'm here to sacrifice, said Nepo. Rook d1 takes f5. This type of pawn sacrifice is very, very well known in our classics, but here it looks especially effective. The move bishop g5 is threatened. The queen will be trapped after the move bishop g5, hence the move bishop b7 in order to meet bishop g5 with the move queen c8. Now here I'm eyeballing that pawn on g6 and I'm thinking, yum, yum. I want to take this pawn with fg, bring my bishop to the e4 square, maybe even just play queen to c2 as well. And it really feels to me like, okay, it's a piece, but isn't it great compensation, Christian?
No, absolutely. And I think what these players are looking for, one of them is f takes g6. Of course, that is one of the main moves that you were mentioning. But another one is to play for restriction. With the move bishop to e4, keep that pawn on f5, restrict the knight on g7. You're doing the same thing. You're trying to block black's pieces with the move bishop to e4. I don't like allowing that knight to potentially get to e6, then to d4 and create some problems within my position. I like that knight on g7. I like it restricted. I want to play bishop e4.
You like bishop e4 immediately.
The same idea, just don't take on g6. Nevertheless, it's a big decision because taking on g6 softens up the structure on that side.
That was what I was thinking. Bishop e4, like you said, very, very restrictive. Just keep the knight on g7 at home, yeah? But on the other hand, if you do end up trading on g6 and you do end up playing moves like bishop e4 and queen c2, that pawn on g6 looks really, really tender. And thanks to the bishop occupying such a nice square on e4, then the rooks get to slide over to the f-file, which looks very effective. So, yeah, it's a question of style, I think.
He played rook f1, actually.
Pardon me?
He played rook to f1.
Maybe combining different ideas?
The same idea of restricting, but deciding to activate his rook rather than his bishop. Quite interesting.
Rook f1 does introduce the idea of f6, which is a tempo, but also f6, f7, which will also win back a piece.
That's a huge
So that's a very big time move And Shaq under the pressure. Could you just tell me the clocks? It's not so easy.
Yeah, the clock situation is actually Nepo who has less time with 9 minutes and 40
Whoa.
seconds. And Shaq with 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
Where Nepo is concerned, we don't often say that he's the player behind on the clock because, as we know, he plays at times recklessly and quickly, but he's always playing quickly.
Well, he's also a piece down.
But he's also a piece down. Right. Okay, by the way, we do have a trade. G6 takes F5, which is, well, it basically says you're no longer going to isolate and weaken the structure. But now here, I almost feel like I have to play a move like King H8.
That's what he played. That's exactly what he played.
Sidestepping the threat of, I think F6 followed by F7 is simply, I can't deal with it. So I move my king hoping that you'll play F6. And here I'm still, well,
that's looking good. That is
Christian,
looking good for white.
I don't know. F7, I have to play rook to D8.
I'm afraid to turn on the engine because I think black is just getting checkmated. But to be honest, visually, it just looks so dominating.
Terrible, actually, from my point of view.
F6, F7, just put the kibosh on that rook. First of all, you're not going to be able to defend that rook because if you take on G6 at that point after F6, knight E6, F7, then after queen takes G5, you're also going to have to fend off the checkmate on G8.
Not to mention,
so good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that, right? But this is a nasty double attack, double threat, no question about it. Mate on G8 and the rook on E8 also hanging. Means that I have to play rook D8. I don't think we have to look too hard. But
and he's going for it. He's going for it. He played F6.
Yeah, I do feel that there should be a knockout blow here for white. I'm just, it's not leaping out to me. Can I play something like rook F6? I mean, it's a little bit weird, but I'm not 100% sure that works.
So what if I take?
Yeah, exactly. Asked and answered, right? Takes
Bishop G7.
Bishop G7, queen, I may just be coming empty-handed.
Well, Bishop E4 is a big threat.
Thank you. That is actually my one solace, is that if I do play Bishop E4...
So let's take on F6.
I do mate on
you can take with the knight, Yasser. I think you take with the knight, and I think the game should be over at that point.
Because
knight F8 might be the only move, but after queen to G5, I'm not sure if you can defend against queen G8.
Okay, knight to F8. Sorry, folks, we're just getting into off on a tangent, but queen G5, I do have knight G6, right?
And you have a lot of extra pieces also.
I may end up, bailing out with some repetition.
What about knight H5? Wait, knight H5. Maybe that's game over.
Maybe that's, no, yes, it is game over. Genius.
And if you go
we
knight
sacrificed
E6,
a rook, we go queen F6
queen
and
F6
mate on the
checkmate.
next turn. Okay, it took our combined efforts to do it, but we do feel that the attack is really, really promising. Let's jump to the game of MVL for a quick moment, because this was the game that Maurice was pointing out that with his back to the wall, MVL has just burned his bridges. He's just played F4, bishop check, F4, rook H6, bishop C4, knight drop back to E7, and rook on D1, pardon me, to B1, with the self-evident idea of rook to B7 and cleaning up across the second rank.
And I think very important to mention is that you're taking advantage of the fact that black doesn't have the very natural move D3, because bishop takes D3 is going to come on the board.
In fact, I think he did have to play D3, just because rook B7 was such a crushing move that he had no choice but to give away this pawn, a very beautiful pawn, because there is a problem. He can't take the bishop. Don't even think about taking the bishop because of rook B8 check, and it will soon be mate. Knight C6, tickling the rook on, the rook had to come back?
Well, now I will take on D3 if you
put
the rook anywhere else.
That is absolutely right. With the double attack, and don't forget this knight is also defended, and this knight covers the b8 square. That was a great move, d4,
absolutely.
d3, to keep it going.
I think at that point it was a forced move. Otherwise,
Yes.
you're just going to get completely demolished on the 7th rank.
Absolutely
There's no way to
essential.
defend.
No question about it. Rook e6, but doesn't that invite bishop takes f5?
It does, but at this point, you're kind of in a corner. There's absolutely nothing else you can do. And put the rook back to h6 for a second. As we were mentioning, that bishop on d3, attacking that pawn on f5 on the light squares. You can defend that pawn with the move g6, but that's going to kill that rook on h6.
Yeah, exactly.
It's out of play for the rest of the game. You're going to have
Precisely.
to go king g7, rook h8, then
It's
swing
all
the rook on
wrong.
the other side. It takes forever. You're not
Right.
going to be able to survive
So
that.
that is why Vichy jettisoned the f5 pawn with the move rook e6. Now, from MVL's point of view, he hasn't moved quickly, which suggests to me he's wondering, should he be targeting the pawn on c5 with, for example, a move like rook c3 or even rook c1, or should he be grabbing the pawn with both hands with bishop takes f5? And by the way, we do have a sighting of a repetition going on in the game of Alexander Grishuk, Jordan Van Forest. Let's see what has happened in the last few moves. Okay, after the move h6, we did see g6, nothing to be done. Knight c5, he didn't grab that knight because bishop takes c5 would probably have been met by d4 takes c5, giving the queen the magnificent square d4. Queen e7, queen d2, knight, and this is what we mean by the repetition. We see that white is invited to play the move bishop f4, but should he? It feels like this is a position that white has such a, I want to say, grip on the dark squares on the king side. Should he keep going, Christian?
That is a very good question. I'm not 100% sure. You do have the grip, but there's a problem. If you don't do anything, if you don't get to that g7 square to give me a checkmate, strategically you're going to be in trouble because of the pawn structure. But Maurice has an idea about this game. Maurice, what do you have for us?
How about this game? Big news in the game with Nepo and Mamadurov, and this one is a bomb. I remember, Yasser, we're going back, boy, it must have been 88 or 89. No, I think it might have been 90. The first time I spoke to you and told you of a great idea, you were reading a magazine at the New York Open. Gadakomsky was playing against Mikhail Tal. It was a 15-year-old Gadakomsky against the legend Mikhail Tal. And I told you this move, and you were stunned looking at your magazine. It turned out that my move was correct. I was a young, not even I am yet, but I had spotted this amazing tactic for Komsky that he actually missed in the game. And it's at this moment that I'm having reflections, ghost reflections, of this same tactical idea, as here we see the move rook d8 got played, and Nepo drops knight b6 on the board, a spicy tactical idea, deflecting the knight off the d7 square from guarding the square f6. Knight b6 had to be taken, otherwise you lose your knight on d7, and now bishop to f6 check. The whole point of knight b6 was to get this square, and all of white's pieces are perfectly placed for what's about to happen, which includes, by the way, a potential queen sacrifice on d8. You don't dare take with your knight, because you can even ask for a rook, and that would be checkmate. Beautiful, beautiful line after bishop to f6, bishop g7, queen takes would have to be met by queen takes on d8. And let's continue the line as queen takes, bishop takes, d8. And now you can't just capture straight because you lose everybody. Everything drops. It's like checkers in here. Takes, takes, takes that. Give me that too. What an amazing line. A series of moves. This will be a classic if Nepo wins this game in this kind of style. We do have the move bishop g7 now on the board, and we're awaiting the beautiful queen takes d8 right now. Nepo is looking like a world beater. Dare I say a world champion challenger? Wow, in his first game, he won in sacrificial style, and again, another game in the same kind of style, amazing aggression. You've got to love this kind of play. Let's hope we see this in the World Championship in November.
Thank you, Maurice. And you're calling it spot on, because that is the move that Nepo wants to do. He wants to play queen takes d8, and there it is on the board. And also, he could even follow it up with rook takes, but he did follow your move, bishop takes d8. And like you say, after all of these exchanges with f7, f8 coming, it's over. That's just gone. Maurice, also for those of you who don't go that far back, as mentioning a really a crucial historical moment at that New York Open that Maurice was citing. It was the New York Open that Gadakamsky defected from the Soviet Union to the United States, came to the United States, and eventually became a challenger for the World Chess Championship. So a big historical event. And in that event, the 15-year-old Gadakamsky played against Michael Tal and refused a draw that Michael Tal offered and went on to win the game. I don't know about you, but this feels like Nepo is in great style. He came to play, Christian.
Yes, sir. At this rate, his seconds are going to have to hold him off. Because
Save
something for the World Championship. Don't peak right now. You have to peak in November.
Right.
But the guy is just magnificent. Look at these tactics. Knight to b6. That's just an amazing
yeah, that was really
architecture
a bomb.
in the position, geometry at its best.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, we were looking at ideas with the bishop coming to f6 and the queen coming to h6, but this move, knight to b6, that's really dropping bombs. By the way, we do have our first result of this second round, and that was the repetition was made between Jordan and Sasha Grishuk. The bishop coming back and forth between the f4 and the g5 squares.
And I was talking about this game a little bit, and I was saying that if you don't manage to get that queen to f6 and potentially get to g7 and produce the checkmate, then overall your pawn structure is way worse. That pawn on d4 is going to be a huge liability in the future. Also, your pawns are a bit overextended, so you're risking a lot. And I think Jordan took the practical decision to just play bishop g5, repeat the moves, not risk it all in the first two games. You know, he started off quite shaky in the first round against Visciana. That's a very difficult
we did
blow.
recognize that he missed a golden opportunity with that knight e5 move.
And we don't know whether he knows that or not, whether he had time to analyze. You know, that can be demoralizing. If you see that you had that move, you start thinking about what if I would have beaten the world champion?
Yeah.
You know, what if I beat this legend that is Visciana?
Exactly.
And you kind of get into your own head like that, and that's could be potentially a problem. We see him play in his strengths in this game. He knows what he was supposed to do. He put some pressure on Grishuk. I have to say, I was looking at the game. Grishuk just defended very well, precise. He did not allow any major drawbacks to his moves. So this is exactly what we see, a natural repetition in the position, and we have a draw. I think a fair result for both sides.
Okay, and we're staying for a moment with the game between Nepo and Shaq. After the move bishop takes d8, there was the move bishop takes g2, very sensibly. King takes g2 and knight f8, not going into those tactics where you grab this bishop, but unfortunately at the end of the combination, f7, f8 wins too many pieces. Knight drop back to f8, bishop to e7, knight drop back to d7, rook to d6. It almost feels like white has well, white does have a stranglehold, if you will, on the position. And e5, e4 on the board. Rook slid over, and we see these two knights really not very happy. Rook takes e4 on white's agenda. Rook takes on a6. Also, it just feels like too many weaknesses, unless, maybe I'm mistaken, can Shaq claw his way out with a move like bishop e5, king g7? What are you thinking, Christian? Is it over, or?
It's close. It's definitely close to being over. Not only that, okay, you're going to claw your way back a little bit, but with this active rooks deep into your position, and
Yeah,
you have
this
so
guy.
many weaknesses, so many structural weaknesses, that pawn on f7 is going to be very difficult to be captured. You can go king to g7, but I will be able to defend that somehow. I can take that pawn on e4, then that pawn on a6 is also going to fall. Just material-wise, you're not there as black. I'm just much better material-wise, and that's going to translate most likely into a victory. I don't see Shak
Getting
back.
out of this? Yeah.
No, I don't see it. Definitely he's putting the best resistance available in the position.
Which you
Nothing
could
better
expect.
to do.
Yeah.
Nothing better to do.
Yeah. It's always makes me laugh whenever I see these guys. You know, I wanted to resign. If you had only played this move, I would have resigned. And these guys never resign. I mean, they never give it up, and we expect Shak to struggle on. In the game between MVL and Vishy Anand, it's a rook and pawn ending, but advantage white all the way. In fact, I would say that this position simply won for MVL. And let's see how it happened, because when we left it, we understood that, okay, Vishy had some trouble, but after the move rook a3, we thought he might fight his way out of it. Rook e6, rook c1, knight d4, and some very nice play by, and look at that. It's just an extra pawn, and it's a very good extra pawn, this passed pawn on the a file. Rook down, and we'll get to the position at the board, and look at this. I mean, yeah, I just think that the rook is going to be coming. Oops, I was about to say the rook was just going to come to the d3 square.
I did think that was the more clean approach, just to force the king to c7 back, and then swing back on a3.
And then swing to a3. But okay, he said, no, I don't even have to do any of that. I'm just going to play king to b5. Now, if you check me, the king will march into the position. If you do nothing, I'm now ready to play rook to d3 and rook to d7. Oops, excuse me.
And I'm going to give you that a pawn, because after rook to
Exactly.
d3, you're
It's
going
a
to give
decoy.
me a check. That's the decoy.
Yeah.
The problem is you cannot even take it. So look at this. Rook to b1, now king to c6. You cannot take on a6 because you're getting checkmated. It's over.
It's over, as Vishy recognizes. There's nothing he can do about it. Rook to d3 was the clincher. Well, sometimes hyper-aggression pays off. Not always. MVL has not had great success so far in the Grand Chess Tour, but this particular game, it certainly paid off, this hyper-aggression, and Vishy slumps to a loss. Let's just pick up once again the game between Jan and
Let's stay with
Shak.
that one until it's over, I think,
because
it's so important, such a crucial matchup.
Absolutely. After rook e1, this is where we left it. We saw the move bishop d4, check. Oh, pardon me, it's not check. I'll take the pawn on e4. King came to g7. As you said, you can take this pawn on f7, but look at the resulting position. Again, those two knights are just ugly. Check and rook to b7.
And I have to say, this is the most difficult thing in chess. This finding this type of transitions, and these top players always find them. You give up this pawn on f7, crucial pawn on f7, but in return you're going to get both of the rooks with tempo on the 7th rank, pin that king on the 8th rank, and that's just going to be decisive. And guys like Nepo, they find it in an instant, just like that. It's just amazing to see it.
Yeah, we just seen this move, knight e4, though. Essentially, he's inviting bishop takes, rook takes h7, have my pawn. But if you look at the resulting position, this bishop on d4 is actually doing a great job covering the square, and there's counterplay. So you don't really want to give up this very good bishop for that knight on f8. But let me just say a bunch of moves have been played. Oops, excuse me. I'll just have to go back for just a moment.
And now just the a pawn, Yasser, I think, is going to go down the board. Let's we're actually seeing.
Do? After knight e4, oh, he just traded, I see. He just traded a pair of rooks and said, hey, look, guess what I've got? I've got an A pawn that's going to go a4, a5, and as you say,
And we see a resignation.
There's no stopping the A pawn. It's that simple. And it is over. Shaq blundered badly with the move knight b7. I think he's losing, don't get me wrong, but knight b7, rook a7, that's too easy. Nepo looking like the challenger he is.
He does.
Christian, that was Shaq in Bucharest. You were there. You saw him. I mean, he just looked regal.
He was a happy individual, happy to play chess, happy to be back over the chessboard, compete against the best chess players in the world, and you could see that in his games. He was mentioning in the interviews as well as in our private chats that he just enjoyed being in Bucharest. He was going out every single night, going to restaurants, having a beer, you know, hanging around with his friends, and then just being happy, playing happy chess, and you could see that in his moves. That's a very dangerous man to face. Now we're seeing Jan being in that same situation. He seems to be gearing up. He knows, he believes that he's the challenger for the World Championship crown. You can feel it in his moves. His confidence is just beaming, and that's exactly what you get when you have this coordinated effort. His seconds, he has so many seconds in Russia. Of course, we have Vladimir Potkin, who is one of his main seconds. He told him, go out there and show them who you are, and that's exactly what he's doing. He is the World Championship contender, and he's showing his medal in this tournament.
Very impressive. By the way, Anton putting on a clinic against Team Saric and Team Kasparov. When we just picking up the game right here, we've seen this last move, rook to g8. White's got just basically everything. Doubled rooks on the 7th, this pawn on g7, tender, bishop d4's on tap, bishop takes h4. Bishops of opposite color, as we know in these middle game / end games. It's all about initiative and who has the safer king. In this case, it's very obvious White's king is much safer than the opponent's. After rook g8, I'm a little surprised Anton didn't go after this pawn on f6 with the move bishop to d4. I mean, that has...
yes, sir. Saric only has 6 seconds on the clock. So.
Oh, no. Oh, look at this.
And that was a checkmate threat.
Yes.
Rook h6 was a checkmate.
And, okay.
Rook to b8, Korobov has 55 seconds on the clock. So he's a little bit ahead on time, and that's extremely important.
Looks like bishop d4 and rook d7, drawing that rook back to g8 should win. By the way, I'm told that another game has been a draw. Anishgiri's game.
Yes. This is the last game in this round.
Okay, so here it is. Bishop d4. I just don't know how you even resist.
You have to come back. You have to go back.
And look at that. Rook g8, instantly you just force your opponent to go back. But after the move rook g8, isn't rook d7 and bishop takes g7 just all one-way traffic?
It definitely looks like such, but he decides to save that pawn, this b3 pawn, quite important. I'm not sure whether he wants to save that or actually he wants to draw that bishop either to b3 on the other side of the board, either to d3. You have to be very careful where you're going to put that bishop.
Ooh, that looks
bishop
like
to a4.
Looks like such an ugly square for a bishop.
Well, you cannot play rook d7. What?
Yes, he's got rook takes g7. He's got rook takes g7 in case of c6, c5.
But he's going to go for c6.
You have to play c5. You have to play
c5. No, he doesn't.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Rook takes g7 and rook g4?
Well, I think even bishop e3 is winning.
No, rook g4 is just so nice. You defend the bishop.
Yeah, this is winning.
You attack the pawn on h4, and you're threatening moves like bishop f6 as well to go with it. It's all one-way traffic once again. But time, again, what did you say the time situation?
The time situation, I think, is quite good for Anton. I don't have it right now, but I would expect him to be somewhere around in the vicinity of 1 minute.
Ooh.
And
I really don't like this decision by Saric. Rook d1 check. that looks just like a very, very helpful move. Maybe there's nothing to be done, but I thought at least bishop d1 was going to
Well, the
try
problem
to
with
resist.
bishop d1 is that you're going to lose the rook with bishop e3, with the rook on d2. You have to be careful.
Ah, I see.
You have to move the rook first, and he just decided that he has to give a check.
Well,
that pawn on
here
h4 is going to be lost no matter what.
Here we've got this very nice opportunity for a discover check, rook g5 check as well. What
That's a good move.
pretty tactic. The bishop on b3 is unprotected. So after capturing twice on b5,
You're going to
rook
get that
g5 check
discovery
and
check.
rook takes b5 check, picks up the bishop on b3.
Such a
I
beautiful
told
tactic.
you that for me, Anton has this very quick, I want to say, tactical eye. And he saw that right away. Like that was instinctual.
Yeah,
for him.
yeah. And he has the confidence to play it. He also has extra time. I think this one is pretty much game over for Ivan Saric. Also, wait a minute. Can I
We
go
have-
b6? now?
Yeah, b6.
And then rook
as of a-
g5. Yes.
Yes, b6, rook b4.
Rook b5, rook g5. And you cannot cash the pawn.
Correct. Rook b5, rook g5 check is game over.
And I think he's going to go for it. Yeah, rook g5 ends the game.
It sure does.
b7 also ends the game.
Yes.
But rook g5 just ends the game. Yeah.
Actually, I like b7.
b7 was pretty. I
And
have to
there's
say.
the handshake. Very, very nice. Anton showing his colors, indeed. And another exciting, decisive round with great combative games, Christian.
Oh, absolutely. These players are here to play, and we knew that. We knew
Yes.
that going into this game. Such an eclectic mix of players. You have fighting spirit beaming from these players, and it's just exciting to see them. Of course, Anton Karabov, the wild card, we know what he's capable of. We've seen him in the Grand Chess Tour before, and he's just playing magnificent chess. Also, online chess, he's playing extremely well.
Right.
He is a very high-rated player on most of the sites. Rapid and blitz chess, one of the top dogs in the world. And
It's
of
his
course,
game.
we have such amazing games, guys. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, I mean, he's the star of this tournament so far.
No question.
Let's go to Maurice and see what he has from the ground in Zagreb.
Yes, that game of Jan's was absolutely scintillating. We'll get to that in a second. This game of Saric, the Croatian fans are thinking, oh, how did you mess this one up? Because he had a good position right here. Take a look at this position. It is opposite colored bishops, even material, and he's got chances. A move like rook to b2, keep the game going. Stay dynamic. You are hanging the h-pawn, but you're going after counterplay with the pawn on b3. Instead, he played this howler, bishop to e4, a huge mistake because rook e3 ends up on the board. By the way, he played bishop e4 thinking he was protecting against this move because now suddenly g2 is hanging. That was his point. But he exposed his bishop with bishop to e4, and now rook to e3, and suddenly there's nothing you could do with your bishop. It's just got no squares to go to. A big time miss. He had to play bishop to c2 and allow this penetration, or he did play bishop to c2, allow this penetration, and this is where it all went downhill as the rooks doubled and counterplay and attack for days by white, and then Karabov showed his skill. One mistake, great game, and then one small mistake, and that was it. Now, speaking of the Nepo game and a mistake, Nepo said that at this point, when he played the move f4 right here, when he played the move f4, he said he thought it was over, and then after he started looking at it, he realized knight d7, that b4 was possible. He looked at it from behind. He was not prepared it. I actually talked to him after the game, and he said, he figured, you know what? I guess I'll just sack a piece. And after taking on d6, b4, he played e5. He said to me, e5 is just typical, right? I'm like, what are you asking me for? You're one of the best players in the world and a world championship challenger. You should know the answer to the question. And he said, yeah, I thought it was pretty good. And, you know, the rest worked out. I said, really nice game. He was self-effacing because he actually used the word lucky that this worked. Lucky. Man, I wish I was this lucky. I played a lottery if I was this lucky, for real. A great game by Nepo. He is completely the star of the tournament so far. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, good players are lucky players, but I wouldn't call that luck. I would just say that the positional compensation for the piece played for itself, and it was very, very impressive by Nepo. As we go on break, we have for you a very nice lesson from our partners at Kasparov Chess. Funnily enough, sacrifices with Maurice Ashley.
White has the makings of a good attack here. An aggressive pawn on e5, a knight on e4 that could get over to the side very easily, and a rook and bishop well posted, and of course, as always, a queen that's eyeing the king side. But it doesn't really feel like it should be over like that. So black played bishop to c6, looking for some kind of trade. Well, white showed that the attack is actually much more potent than it looks, and played the move knight to f6 with check. Really a fantastic move in this position. You can't move the king because it's mate in 1, so you must capture. And now queen to g3 with check, king to h8, and e takes on f6. The threat is mate on g7. Your queen is also under attack. If queen takes on f6 and bishop to e5, give me the queen. And what else can you do with your queen actually being attacked right now and there's a mate threat? Well, there's only one thing black could do, and it was played. The move bishop takes on g2 with check. The point is that king takes is terrible now because the queen releases itself from a threat with this check, and also this rook is under attack, so white would actually be losing in this position. However, white was calm and played queen takes on g2 with the same two threats of mate and the queen on e7, so black was forced to capture now on f6. But at least there's no bishop to e5 immediately. But white continued with bishop to g5, trying to get to the f6 square. So black had to play queen to g6, and after bishop f6 check, now king g8. Now how do you press this attack? White did it in style with the move rook to f5, a gorgeous move, hitting the bishop on c5 and also threatening rook to g5 with death. Black had no choice here, since rook to e8 allows a simple trade, and thank you very much for the bishop. So black had to play bishop to e3, guarding the g5 square, and now a retreating move, rook to f3, a stylish move, preparing to play rook g3, and of course also attacking this bishop once more. Black can trade and then defend the bishop, also lifting the mate, but it doesn't help because rook to g3 check, king f8, bishop to g7 check, dragging the king back to the g8 square, and now bishop to h6 with check. And now after the king moves, white will be able to pocket a whole bishop. Just a beautiful extended combination played with pure precision by white. In this next position, white has captured a pawn on e5 and thought that by backing up with the knight and threatening the bishop on c5, that the pawn that he stole would have just been fine and maybe somehow develop the pieces later. Well, there will be no later because the attack is going to roll on in style, starting with bishop to g4, attacking the queen on d1. Don't try f3 because knight takes on f3 is a discovered check as well, so double check in fact, and after king to h1, knight takes on h2 is a discovered attack on the queen, and the rook is hanging and the king side has been blown up. That meant that after bishop to g4, white had to move the queen out of the way, not really sensing any danger though, until the move knight to f3 check landed on the board with a thud. You have to capture this piece because your queen is being attacked as well. So g takes on f3, and now bishop takes on f3. Now, there is no immediate instantaneous checkmate, but it's clear what black wants to do. Move this knight somewhere and then bring the queen into the game to deliver the final blow. White played h3, trying to get the king some kind of hiding space, but now knight to g4, and there is going to be no hiding place. And here comes the queen on an aggressive square. What to do about this now? White brought a knight over to try to protect that side. Here came the queen. And now knight d to f4, guarding the critical h3 square with a knight. Now, black has a bunch of pieces lurking, as you can see. A knight on g4, a bishop on f3, the bishop on c5 is in the act. The queen would just love to get to either g3 or h3, but these knights are the problem. So what did black do? g5. Let's get the knights out of there. d4 was played, and now g takes on f4. The threat is to take on h3. Remember, takes is not possible because this is queen h1 mate. So what to do here? The knight took on f4, and now bishop takes on d4. And once again, the queen to g3 check is coming. In this case, it's unstoppable. Nothing to do. In fact, bishop to e3 to stop it would be met by bishop to e5. Once again, threatening to remove the knight. This would be the second knight, and then take on h3, and then checkmate. This game is over. c3 was played, queen to g3 with check, and white resigned. A fantastic attack, all begun by that knight to f3 move, but of course, based on the fact that black had that great lead in development.
Absolutely, yes, Yasser. The games have been just amazing so far, and I have to say it's such a pleasure to watch guys like Jan being at their top shape. They're building their brand with these moves. Those games are going to go into the history books. Let's look at the standings after 2 rounds. What do we have? We have Jan Nepomniachtchi, the superstar of the tournament, the challenger for the world crown, with 2 wins in the first 2 rounds. That's an amazing score, 4 points, and he's going to try to take the last one as well, I bet. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 2 points. He lost the first one and then won the second one against Vishy Anand. Alexander Grishchuk, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Anish Giri, Vishwanathan Anand, Anton Korobov, Jan Krzysztof Duda, all on 2 points, a mixture of either 2 draws or 1 win and 1 loss. And then we have Saric, who only has 1 point, and Jordan Van Forest only 1 point. Round 3 will be on the way shortly. Let's look at the pairings. What do we have, Yasser? We have Mamedyarov, we have Mamedyarov against Korobov, we have Vishy Anand against Jan Nepomniachtchi, we have Alexander Grishchuk against Vachier-Lagrave, we have Duda versus Van Forest, and we have a big matchup between Ivan Saric, who's definitely going to try to get on the scoreboard with a victory. Also trying to get on the scoreboard with a victory, he made 2 draws in the first 2 rounds, is Anish Giri, always a very combative player. But of course, the one game that I'm having my eyes on is the one between the 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand and the world crown challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. Whenever they play, they have explosive affairs. That one is going to be quite critical. I remember a game between these 2 players. I think it was Vishwanathan Anand with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he actually brought the fight to Jan. Jan decided to go into the Sicilian. I think this was maybe their last encounter. It was here in St. Louis, if I'm not mistaken, at maybe a Sinkfield Cup. Am I wrong about that, Yasser? What do you think?
Yeah, sorry, I was just having trouble with my mic, but we got it all cleared. I just remember whenever the two players got together, well, with Nepo, he's so combative, and with Vichy, when he has the opportunity to go for you, he does. So, yeah,
I think it was something in St. Louis.
Definitely.
In St. Louis, we were watching those games.
I remember MVL having to beat Nepo in a final game of the Sinquefield Cup, which he successfully did to win the Sinquefield Cup.
In a tournament that he beat Magnus Carlsen as well.
Exactly, and it was one of the great successes. But let's catch up with Maurice in Zagreb.
First, I got to tell you that this tournament so far has just been amazing watching Nepo play the way he's playing. And he's so modest about it. Seriously, when I was complimenting him, he's like, no, it's luck, not really. It worked out. Incredible. But what's important is for the standings of the Grand Chess Tour. Remember, Nepo is not part of the tour, but he will take those fat 13 points if he wins the event. So you know who's cheering right now? One Wesley So. He thought, go Nepo, beat them all, as Wesley stands atop the standings at the moment at 21.3. Shakhriyar playing his second event. Wesley's already played 2 events. Shakhriyar at 13 points. And by the way, Levon at 13.8, also having already played 2 events. So they both are hoping that Shakhriyar loses and loses and loses. They don't want him anywhere near them at the moment. So the worse he does, the better for them. And Nepo could be the X factor here, as he could literally steal a fat 13 points away from the rest of the players. If he did that as well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing in his 3rd event would be toast. Even if he came in 2nd, that would put him at 19 points with 3 tournaments under his belt, and Wesley So having only played 2 and would be ahead of him. That would be a disaster. Wesley would play in St. Louis 2 events, and forget it. Maxime is not going to catch him by playing in the Sinquefield Cup alone. So this is a big deal that Nepo is doing this well. He's wrecking brackets everywhere and giving Wesley So the cushion he needs. Can he keep it up? Of course, it's only 2 rounds so far. But if Nepo keeps playing like the monster he's playing like, and by the way, I'm picking him to win this event. I don't know, whenever you guys want to ask. That's who I'm picking. Just to get ahead of the game, to be the first person. You guys can pick whoever else you want to, but I got Nepo. Just to let you know.
Nicely done, Maurice.
That's so mischievous
I'm
of
picking
you,
Magnus.
Unbelievable.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm told Magnus isn't in the tournament. Wait a minute. Now I have a rethink. Oh, boy. Who do you got? Christian?
I was not aware that this is coming right now.
I know, exactly. I kind of flat-footed.
He just threw it at us. I mean, do you want me to say Nepo?
Second through 7th? I mean, come on.
Saying Nepo is a very easy choice.
True that.
So how about Nepo? I'm taking Nepo, guys. I'm not moving away from the World Championship Challenger.
Wow,
Nepo.
if Vichy hadn't lost in round 2. Okay, we'll make it unanimous. But in that case, I'm going to go with the old legend, Garry Kasparov, in the blitz.
Okay, so we're doing blitz as well.
We're doing blitz before it starts.
Let's do blitz. Okay, so I'm going to pick Nepo in overall standings. And I'm going to pick Korobov in the blitz.
In the blitz, Anton. You got Anton. We'll go to
Korobov.
We're going to give Maurice an opportunity to say what he expects in the blitz. Unbelievable. Who do you like in the blitz?
Sorry, I mean, look. I'm just saying. I just wanted to put it out there early who I like to win the event. But I'm going to say who I wanted to win who I expected to win before Nepo went on fire. Who I expected to win was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and I think that I'm picking him for the blitz. So Nepo overall, but Maxime for the blitz. I think he's going to make a good comeback there for sure. He's already started with his comeback beating Anand, but let's go with the mercurial Frenchman.
Okay, I've got Garry in the blitz.
And
MVL.
Nepo. You have Nepo overall, right?
And Anton. No, I've got Nepo in the rapid.
And what about overall?
Overall.
Wait. But who do you have overall?
Yeah, that's a good question. could somebody come from behind? Because the problem is when you get remember the rapid is worth 2 points. So if you got a really, really good score in the rapid
That's
and
a
you
big
do
one.
moderately okay in the blitz, you probably got a good enough cushion. So, oh boy, overall grand standings there. Sasha's got 2 draws overall. He'd have to do really good in the blitz. Man, this is tough. I guess overall I'd have to go with Nepo. I mean, he's just performing like a star. And again, 2nd through 7th, look at that. Everybody's at a 50% score. Only Nepo, at 4-0. Lucky.
Okay, guys, can I change my... I don't want it to be unanimous. I just don't like it to be unanimous.
Of course.
I'm going to change it from Nepo to my boy Anish Giri. Anish.
That's
Anish.
nice. Okay, I'm going to change my overall as well in that case. I'll go with Shaq. I mean, I'm going to say round 2 was a hiccup. It could happen to anybody, but Shaq was so good in Bucharest, and he looked very good in round 1. I'm going to change my overall with Shaq.
It's just not fair to pick Nepo. At this
Exactly,
point,
exactly.
he's just
Maurice,
so dominant.
it's just such bad taste of Maurice to do that to us like that. Okay.
Yeah. So here's what. Since you guys said all that,
Yeah.
what I'm going to do is keep my pick and say Nepo.
Okay.
I'm just good. I'm shameless.
I'm shameless. That
I'm
was
going
the
with
word. Thank you.
Nepo. And I can't even believe you went with Shaq, whose blitz has been whoo. Anyway, good for you. I got Nepo, and I got MVL in the blitz.
Okay.
That's my courageous pick, MVL in the blitz. All right?
Hey,
that's all I'm going to say.
I got to support my generation. If not me, who else? Come on, Gary.
Look, Anish has been doing quite well in
Anish is a trash talker. I'm so shocked. You're such a nice person. Christian, to take
like
a
Anish.
crash,
No, I
trash
like Anish.
talker like Anish.
I like Anish. I think he's a very good presence in the world of chess. He's definitely an interesting and intriguing brand. He likes to trash talk, but he backs it up. And he's been backing it up for a while, especially for the past year and a half. His game has changed. Leading up to the candidates, he's just playing brilliant chess, especially in those rapid and blitz formats online as well. Will he be able to translate that over the chessboard? We've seen him in classical chess in Bucharest. I haven't seen him in rapid chess in Paris. So this is his first rapid Grand Chess Tour event. It's going to be very intriguing to see how he's going to fare, and I think he's going to do just fine. He's an interesting guy to follow.
Well, I have to say that in the second half of the candidates, he certainly broke a lot of American hearts by winning an absolutely model game against Fabiano on the black side of a Sicilian. I mean, Fabi had done what he needed to do, which was to beat MVL in the very, very first round, but it was Anish who put a stop to the Americans' chances by, again, just playing a magnificent model game on the black side of a Sicilian. But we have a summer of chess here in St. Louis at the St. Louis Chess Club, because we have a lot of events coming our way, including the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championships. They go from July 15th to 26th. Then we pick up the 4th Grand Chess Tour event, the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, August 10th through the 16th, followed by the 5th and final Grand Chess Tour event, the Sinkville Cup, the granddaddy of them all, August 16th and to the 27th. Come on out and support your favorite player. After that, we have the Ultimate Moves. That's September 7th. That's a one-day affair where Team Rex takes on Team Randy, and it's fun and it's trash talking. Then we have the Champion Showdown Chess NLX or Chess 960 or Fisher Random if you prefer. That's September 8th through the 10th. And then finally, one of my favorite tournaments, the US and US Women's Chess Championship. That will be October 5th through the 19th for the championship of the US. And I've got to say, Christian, the US Championships both the Open as well as the women's just get stronger and stronger and stronger. I mean, that event is world-class players all the way throughout.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, but the juniors are also getting stronger and stronger.
True.
I think we've seen one of the junior participants just won the World Open not too many days ago, I think yesterday or a couple of days ago. So that's Hans Niemann. That is Hans Niemann, who is a grandmaster, newly minted grandmaster right now. He's 26 plus. I believe he will be in the juniors if he accepted the invitation. We're going to follow up with that information soon. But what I'm trying to say is that US chess is growing from the foundation up. And this is exactly what the vision was when we started here at the St. Louis Chess Club, the grand vision of one Rex Sinkfield. And this is what we're seeing right now materialize in this series of amazing events. You're going to be here for a while, Yasser.
Yeah, I'm not leaving my seat. I've got a front row for all the action. And remind me about the winner of the National Open in Vegas. Wasn't it a 15-year-old junior who also won that event?
I believe so, and I am not 100% sure that he's going to be on our list of US juniors and girls, but we're going to have to wait and see. I will check that list before tomorrow, and I will let you guys know very accurate information. But nevertheless, that tournament, the juniors, seniors, and the girls is going to be magnificent. We're going to have 30 of the best chess players in their divisions participating here in St. Louis. A very exciting event, and I will be doing some commentary with you, Yasser, on that.
Exactly. Well,
that should be fun.
For me, the U.S. seniors will be like a class renewal.
We have to see, Yasser, we have to see you play.
It's going to be wonderful.
I'm going to put the pressure on you. You have to play one of these years. I don't know when. One of these years you will have to suit up and give us some games.
We have a wild card player, really great. I'm going to be very happy to see Grandmaster James Tarjan, a player who I helped train, and I have a lot of stories with. I recently sent a message to Jim, not only wishing him good luck, but telling him that here at the St. Louis Chess Club, we're going through a lot of renovations. We're going to make sure that the wheelchairs are working. But games are starting, and we have blast off in the game between Vichy and Nepo, and that's got our eye. E2, E4 by Vichy. Throughout most of his career, Vichy is a very natural E4 player. Before his World Championship match against Vladimir Kramnik, he picked up one D4 and absolutely played a stunner of a match. And he played the white side of D4 openings as if he was born to them. When his whole life he played E4.
Just
so
incredible.
He's so versatile. And this line of the time on off, I don't know if it has a particular name to it. I'm familiar with it. I've seen a lot of top players play it as white, but I don't know what it's called.
Maybe the Paulsen.
Just a simple Paulsen.
Paulsen, yeah.
Okay. And both players are playing very rapidly with Rook E1. I've also seen white oftentimes play B3 and fianchetto the bishop, and it looks very strange to fianchetto the bishop, but oftentimes in this formation what white ends up doing with the pawn on B3 is playing knight A4, B3, and C4, queen G4 to harass the pawn on G7. By the way, how many times have I fallen for this? Castles, bishop H6, oh dear, ending up losing an exchange. That was why we saw G6 instead, and after G6, it's all theory so far, Christian.
Absolutely, and that's another thing that we need to kind of focus on. See how Anand reacts to this type of battles, theoretical battles, because we know he is one of the best theoreticians in the world when he was active, but once again, for the past year and a half, he hasn't been playing chess. Did he keep up with his theoretical knowledge? I believe so from the perspective of a coach. He has been quite involved with the youngsters that are emerging from India right now, the incredible youngsters that are emerging, just countless of them. I think at least 10 of them are starting to become grandmasters and also reaching like around 2600 and trying to push towards that elite grandmaster level, 27 plus. But will he be able to remember the theory that he taught other people? Was the focus different whenever he teaches other people than whenever he studies it for himself? That's only time that is going to tell.
Exactly. So knight a4, by the way, on the board. And we see once again that these ideas of b3, c4, a lot of counterintuitive, but much like the restrictive brand of chess he was playing against Jordan, that's how white plays these positions with b3, c4. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's just go around the horn a bit and take a look at what other games that are going on. We have this. Yes, this is this crazy line of the Nimzo Indian. I don't know what to call this opening as well, only that it's very, very popular at the highest level. Anton on the black side here against Shaq. And let me go down. Grunfeld defense, MVL, is playing a very theoretical line. We've seen a couple of draws that were played in Paris, this very same variation. It was like the players kept repeating this line with rook takes g7 and bishop g5. It's kind of funny to see that. And finally, this last game.
We might actually have that on the board in that game.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Ivan Saric, and boy, I tell you, my mind with these Joko pianos, they've kind of gone into a mush, if you will. I've seen so many different Joko pianos these days. It's like the players are really investigating the lines very thoroughly. What game has drawn your attention?
Well, of course, I'm looking at that game between Mamediyarov and Korobov. That's the big one. At least it seems like from a theoretical perspective, as you were mentioning, Yasser, they go into this very complicated, very complex piece sacrifice line. This one after bishop to h4, queen to h4. This is bishop to f4, queen to h4. That's one of the ways. Of course, you can just retreat the knight to c5, this d knight, not the e knight, because then that would leave the h7 pawn unprotected. That's one of the main lines. But in recent times, this idea of queen h4 became quite plausible. After g3, queen to h5, castle, and right now g5 was the move that was prepared by the top players. But
including Fabiano.
Including Fabiano, yes. But Black does have some issues, especially if he doesn't remember very long variations of theory. So it's very, very dangerous to play g5. And we see Anton Korobov take a completely different approach, taking on c3 first and then g5. The same thing, pretty much. But you just decided to take on c3, eliminate this knight, and this knight on e4 is going to be quite nicely placed. We're going to have to wait and see who is going to be better prepared in this position. Do you want to retreat the bishop to e3? Do you want to take on d5? There's so many options. He actually played the move bishop to c1. That's going to potentially try to get this bishop to a3 and cause some havoc on the dark squares. You're going to get that pawn back via bishop takes e4, probably after rook to e8. C takes d5 you can start with, or you can take on e4 first. If you take on d5, take on d5, then you have to go into this type of lines with f3, which are extremely difficult to play from a practical perspective because your king is so weak, so vulnerable, but so is Black's king. So it all comes down to who has the better files at home and who remembers those files in this instance. So let's wait and see on this one. Yep.
Wow.
As
Another
expected.
quick
repetition
as Alexander Grishuk has played a very modest 3 draws to start this Croatia Grand Chess Tour event. By the way, in our key matchup game, the one between Vichy and Nepo, I was a bit surprised. Normally speaking, in these variations with c4, I'm not used to seeing Black playing the move d5, d4 so early as played, because the problem with the move d4 is literally it stops attention, but it's this d3 square which turns out to be the perfect square for this knight on a4. What am I talking about? Well, if you see this move b3, now you start to see White's strategy unfold. He wants to play the move knight b2, bishop e4, and knight d3. If he can get that construction of a bishop on e4 and knight on d3, or more simply, the knight coming to d3, it's a great blockader. It defends the pawn on e5, and it renders this piece on d7 simply useless. And my understanding of the position, and again, it's not my repertoire, but the move d5, d4 was played early to my mind. What about you, Christian? How do you assess the position as I catch up with the players?
I think the problem with at that point with the move d4 is that you don't have any alternatives. Like I remember
at that exact moment.
At that exact moment, because you play the move c5. So with the pawn on c6, you can definitely keep that pawn on d5. And whenever white takes on d5, you're going to take back with the c pawn.
Clear.
But with the pawn already on c5, you're kind of committed to this idea of playing d4. Because if you don't do that, I'm going to take on d5, and I'm going to create either the hanging pawns if you take with the e pawn,
right,
or a very unpleasant isolated pawn on c5 if you take with the bishop from b7 potentially.
Right.
So at that point, you're committed to playing d4. Now, you mentioned this idea of knight to b2, knight to d3. That's
right,
a very typical way of getting the knight, recycling that knight to a much better square.
Clear.
The problem with that, and there's always some consequences to this type of maneuvers, is that it leaves that a pawn ready to potentially play a5, then a4, and create a weakness, a target of its own for black to attack on the b file.
So let's just put some moves on the board. For example, knight b2, king g7, knight d3, and this is what you're talking about. a5 and a4 is the counterplay.
But we have
against the pawn
another
on b3.
result, yes, sir.
And by the way, we do. Shaq, who was Shaq playing against? Sorry, Anton was.
And we were looking at that crazy variation,
yes,
and it just petered into a draw.
Exactly. I've seen, again, mention Fabiano. Fabi has played that position as black, and he really knows the intricacies really, really well, and a very sharp theoretical line ended in a draw. Now, let's see, once again, what Vichy did. After this move, king f8, and I think that move deserves explanation as well. Yes, black could simply castle and put his king over on f8, but he's worried that white might leverage this pawn on e5 to opening up the king. So the idea is not to castle by hand, but to put the king on g7 and to leave the rook on h8 so that any moves like g4 are to be discouraged, thanks to this rook on h8 being more or less very well placed defensively. After the move king h8, knight b2, oops, excuse me, I think that's the analysis, and I'm just going to have to refresh my board. What do you see in the other games, Christian?
Well, in this game in particular, let's kind of discuss this one, because you were spot on. And that's exactly what he's going for. He's going for this maneuver with knight to b2, knight to d3. And black is responding as we anticipated with the move a5. So after bishop to d2, king to f8, king to g7, bishop takes b7, take knight to d3, and now immediately a5. What I want to point out is that Nepo is playing instantaneously in this game. He has 24 minutes, 29 seconds. Anand, on the other hand, only 21 minutes. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Nepo, the confidence to how he's playing these moves. He knows this theory. I'm pretty sure he analyzed this position at home, and he knows what he has to do in the position. He knows the assessment because he's analyzed it with top-notch engines. He knows that he's not in trouble, and I think this is exactly what we're seeing. A well-prepared Jan Nepomniachtchi, very confident, and he's playing very good chess right now. White is going to have to make some concessions if they want to break on the king side with potentially h3, g4, f5, and try to break the structure on that side. Who is going to be faster? Right now it looks like black is just playing a4 next move, and he's going to attack that pawn on b3. What are you going to do? Are you going to take on a4 and allow me to go knight to b6 and attack both the a4 pawn and the c4 pawn? I don't think you're going to do that. You're probably going to try to hang on to that b3 pawn and try to defend that at all costs. This one is going to be quite interesting, but we do have Maurice in Zagreb with a guest.
Yes, we're with Grandmaster Anton Korobov, Ukrainian superstar. Anton, how have you felt so far, first of all, being in Croatia, being able to play once again in the Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, that is very good. I have 1.5 points, so I guess I shouldn't complain. Lots of guys are out of work these days.
You did start with a loss against Nepo. Your thoughts on that game?
I overestimated my position. After, to tell the truth, after night before, I thought that it's over or close to over. And then I had to defend with precise moves and then failed. So that is logical. When you overestimate your position, punishment is coming very, very quickly.
Oh, well, did you also bounce back quickly? You won your very next game. Your thoughts on beating the local homeboy, Ivan Šadić?
Yeah, Ivan overestimated his position. He was trying to play for a win until the very last moment, and then he didn't find even a draw.
So 1.5 out of 3. Your thoughts on how Nepo is playing so far? He won an amazing game last round.
Yeah, he won a brilliant game against Mamedov. Very good, very good. He's very good in complications and very strong mental strength, commitment. I like his commitment.
You come to this event, you played once before, right? A couple of years ago on the Grand Chess Tour? Which was that event? In Bucharest, right. Yeah. Your feelings about this opportunity being here, and of course the legends you're going to play in Anand and Kasparov eventually in the Blitz.
Yeah, it's very, very good, very good. Yeah, you have 2 years in average to prepare for every tournament. So my opponent are getting older and older, and I'm getting more and more experienced.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Thank you very much. And it feels to me like Anton is getting younger and younger. His opponents are getting older and older. Always a good interview, Anton Korobov. What do you have for us, Christian?
Well, I was just watching the interview. Of course, I've interviewed as well Anton, and he's always such a fun, distinctively fun interview that is Anton Korobov. But this is the big one. This is a crucial matchup, and Anand made this move, b takes a4. That's a huge decision to allow this knight to b6, attacking both pawns. Your pawn structure is shattered right now. If I manage to get one of them, most of the others are going to fall.
It does allow this double-edged move. I was going to say bishop a5.
Yes.
I want to maintain the knight on d3 against the dark squared bishop, and even if I lose the a pawn, but I break through on the b7 square.
Let's look at this, because probably rook a8 or rook to a7. You have to take on b6. There's no way to defend that bishop on a5. And we're going to get this. The problem is I don't see a good way to defend this pawns on the light squares.
It would be nice to have two moves, like rook b1,
Queen to a6.
And then I want my rook on b5 and my knight on b2 in the same moves.
Right. That would
I
be
want to
nice.
play two moves at once.
This.
Yeah, and then I'm beautiful.
You won the game.
Exactly.
Congratulations. But that's not going to happen.
Are you
because
going to agree with me?
You want to play knight to b2. Now the rook is not protecting this knight.
No,
After
I'm
rook
not
to
happy.
b8, rook to b7, I don't think you're happy in this position.
No, I'm not. I really wanted, with the knight on d3, if you will, for just a moment.
Yes.
I really wanted to have this, let's say, okay, just to put a move on the board, rook c1, rook e1 to c1, you would take on a4, let's suggest, and I wanted to have this rook to b7 type of play at the cost of really, I want to say, damaging my pawn structure, a2 and c4. I was hoping that the rook on b7 would give me some good results.
Again, I understand what you want. You want me to take, and then you're going to take,
and then I've got some play, but okay.
Yeah, this is not going to happen.
No.
If you manage to exchange the queens, then you're in top shape as white. You want to do that.
Exactly.
Because this knight is just going to dominate the bishop on e7 in any endgame. The problem is that Right now, with the queens on the board, this queen attacking this pawn on c4, keeping this rook hostage to the defense of this pawn on c4, also attacking the pawn on a2. So you're facing a lot of threats. For example, if I go rook to e8 and you try to defend like this, now I can just simply defend that queen. And the best you can get is probably something along the lines of take, take. You're going to go rook to c2, but none of the players are going to make any progress at this point.
I don't believe it either. So I'm supposing after knight b6, maybe the move knight b2, what you were originally suggesting.
Yeah, but I
want to put
like
my
this.
pawn on a5 and recharge. We'll keep an eye on that. I just have pleasant memories from the position of Jordan Van Forest. So he's playing a Caro-Kann against the Nigel Short system, and you've transposed into kind of a French defense looking position, except for one crucial difference. Instead of having a very passive bishop on c8, which is very common in the French defense, this bishop on h7 is actually on a very beautiful diagonal. And in my match against Boris Spassky, I won as black in just such a setup with this very strong bishop. So I'll keep an eye out on that game. And finally, another game that we haven't gotten a real chance to look at is between Ivan Saric and Anish Giri. Again, this was the Joko piano with a3 and b4. What do you make of this position?
I don't understand what that rook is doing on f1. Yasser, how did the rook on f1 get there? The king is supposed to be on g1. How did the rook get? Did he touch the rook when he wanted to castle?
Don't know exactly. Okay, so far I can understand you've kind of induced black to play g5 and knight h5. It basically means that, this bishop is bad, but this king is also bad. You're not going anywhere with your king. Knight b3, rook.
Yes, sir. This is the first time I'm seeing this construction.
No, that's...
this is the first time.
That is that's really confusing to me.
I've seen a lot of chess games. This is the first time I'm seeing that king on e1 and the rook on f1 in the Joko piano.
Exactly.
I don't know
I could imagine
what to make of it.
Queen e2 just to defend against a threat of g4. Yeah, very surprising move. Rook f1, bishop g4, bishop d5.
But what's the point of rook f1?
Well, okay, so the point is,
that.
if I had played bishop d5 immediately, there is the problem that g4 could walk into something like this, and probably I should start actually with, in case of bishop d5, I can start with takes on g3. If you take with a pawn, oops, you've got a problem. This bishop on a7.
What if I don't play rook f1 and play queen e2? Why is that not a much
That's the move
normal
everybody
move?
would expect, right? Queen e2 feels very, very natural, especially as the knight on b3 defends a1, so you can't, for example, get me with a discovered check. Well, actually I could take with the king, but in any case, the rook is already defended. So queen e2, that's much more natural than
it just feels like it, because
f1.
When the knight is going to land on f4, you're going to have to take that knight. There's
no
way
question.
around it. You're not going to leave that knight on f4 attacking the pawn on g2.
Well, but that's also the point. I'm really worried that my bishop on g3 might get stuck.
Yes.
Like I'm begging you to move the knight to f4. I'm worried that you might actually move your knight to g7 and just play around my bishop on g3, and my bishop on g3 will never get into the game.
Well, this
which
is exactly
why
what we're getting
he took
right now.
on. Did he recapture
took on
with the
f3.
queen?
He did not yet.
Okay, so let's take a look at what he's considering. If you take with the queen, and after a trade, what it means is long-term. Think long-term for just a second here. I understand that you want to win a pawn, you want to play bishop takes, and knight takes a5, but long-term you have to ask yourself a question. What is my bishop going to do? A draw, by the way. Somebody stopped Nepo, and it was a 5-time world champion, Anand. It was the repetition. He did play the move knight b2 with the intention of playing a5 and bringing the knight back to d3. The knight retreated, attacking the knight. And again, white doesn't have the time to get the setup he wants. And this is where we saw the repetition back and forth. And so a very, very nice day for Nepo, our tournament leader, as he wins 2 and draws 1. Back to our game of, just a second.
The one between Anish
Yes.
Giri and Ivan Saric.
We did see, no, we did not see the queen trade, by the way. Bishop takes f3, no trade of queens, but g takes f3 by Saric, and now bishop b6. Okay, addressing the threat of bishop takes c6 check and knight takes a5. Again, we have to ask ourselves, long term, how do we get this bishop into the game? It's got to be related to the move d4, but I tell you, since Capablanca Winter, whatever that game was, that the bishop on g3 got stuck.
And that's the typical construction for black. You're going to remove that queen from f6, and then you're going to put that pawn on f6, and you're going to reinforce that pawn on e5. And then that bishop on g3 is just going to be dead, completely dead for the rest of the game. And that's a huge problem. You're going to play without a piece. That's why white decided not to exchange the queens, because you need to seek initiative and counterplay related to any sort of attack against the king at all costs. If you don't get that in the position, you're just going to die a very slow and painful death. And that's the problem with this position. You have to take with the g-pawn. You're committed at this point, and then try to make something with the help of the bishop on d5, which is still a very strong piece. That king is going to have to find a place, I don't know where, probably on the queen side, or maybe it's just going to stay in the center. The problem is, if you stay in the center, how are you getting that rook from f1 on the other side, where you needed to create some sort of counter chances? These are questions that Ivan Saric is going to have to answer, and he's going to have to do it fast, because right now he is in strategical trouble in this position.
And the time?
The time right now is 12 minutes for Ivan and 18 minutes for Anish.
Anish looking good in this game. Let's just turn to the game of Jordan for just a moment.
We only have 2 more games left on this round. So
the 2 youngest players in the tournament, Duda with the white pieces, you called him the Polish?
The Polish fighter. That is actually his nickname on some of the chess websites that I've been following.
That's his handle.
That is his handle, the Polish fighter.
Okay.
Maybe some numbers after that, so don't quote me on that. Polish fighter 89 or something like that. But he is the Polish fighter, and he is a fighter. I mean, this is one of his trademark. He plays fighting chess. He's not afraid. He's never going to back down. And I remember a match that he had with Alexander Grishuk. It was just back and forth in rapid. Actually, it was a blitz time control. He's very experienced in these time controls. He had some clashes in the World Cup as well 2 years ago. I remember he was actually kicked out by Jeffrey Chong, by one Jeffrey Chong that we know all too well here in the United States, one of the rising stars in that basically just started at this club. So it's very, very interesting to see how this player develops. I know he's a student also in Poland. He goes to university. So he's combining both his academic studies with his chess. He's pretty much a superstar right now in Poland, because the Polish people, they really support chess. And they have been investing a lot of time, a lot of financial energy into this youngster, and he's definitely proving them to be right.
A good investment indeed. The move Queen b6 strikes me as a little bit odd exactly at this moment. I'm expecting white to play knight h5, and in that style of winding up for a big to land a big blow on the king side. So knight h5, provoking the move g6. The knight would then play itself to f4.
And that's what he played.
And strike to sacrifice itself, I want to say, on the g6 square. So I was almost expecting a kind of a move like h5, which is so standard in so many of these French defenses. You set up a situation so that you don't allow these knight h5. So the move queen b6 looks a little off kilter to my mind. Knight h5, g6. This was played very quickly by Jordan. But let's jump to Zagreb, as Maurice has a special guest.
A special guest indeed. We have the world champion challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's off to a blistering start so far in this event. He's so hot, I didn't want to stay near him. He's playing so well. Jan, so far, you've been playing really well. What do you attribute it to after such a fantastic day?
Well, first of all, thank you, but I guess this is like a very slight overestimation because I believe in the first game I scored probably 1 point more than I deserved. So I really misplayed the opening and I quickly got into trouble. But okay, at some point I just bluffed with this knight g5, knight g6, f5. Maybe it was my best chance, maybe not. Okay, the result is all right, but the play can always be improved.
Indeed, we understand that. But this second game is the game that everybody's going to be interested in. And I know you're going to say, I don't know, you said it was luck. But you've got to be proud of the kind of moves you got to play in this game. It's not every day you sacrifice the pieces the way you did.
Okay, but I already sacrificed a piece in the first game, so it was nothing new, yeah. It was like thematical sacrifice. Today, guys, we sacrifice pieces, and okay, let's see what happens. But I think here it's pretty much natural because if you just turn this idea down and play passively, then okay, black is just super fine, like when pieces are active. And after this idea, like
you press this arrow here.
Yeah, after this idea. Actually, I didn't see like any decent move instead of queen d6 and e5. Yes, like here it's, I guess. I can try taking on f6 or something, but I guess taking on c3 is so natural, and in general, I think this should be somewhat better for white. At least it's more easy to play, surprisingly. So I don't have like connected passed pawns or something. Yeah, but okay, the pawn center, like rooks are on d1, e1. Yeah, like. Basically white just play all the necessary moves.
Well, you did play for g4 and get this position.
So here I was puzzled, like, should I allow queen e5 or should I go for rook a-d1? I really thought that rook a-d1 is very smart. But then maybe, okay, at some point he can go for queen e5. So for example, I play something, I don't know, okay, so maybe, even endgame is good for me, like knight e4, then knight e6, and white is, I don't know, somewhat dominating. But I thought, like, let's say if queen c2, then okay, knight e6, then knight e4, some tame piece, and black is, trying to, to find a way out. But here, okay, I think it was quite critical. Which moment? Yeah, knight e5. I thought, of course, like bishop b7 is very necessary. And when he played f6, I was surprised to say the least. Like, I don't think black is anything close to be prepared in, playing into center. And opening up the king as well, yeah. But here, okay, I was a little bit speechless. So, of course, I can like play like this, and then f5. Also, looks very smart for me, like then bishop g5. But okay, I couldn't like rook a-d1 was too tempting, like finishing.
Couldn't resist.
Yeah, absolutely. Just couldn't resist at all, and just okay, finish my development and then just push and see what happens.
We don't have a lot of time to go over all the nuances, but I got to say, right at this moment, you must have gotten very excited when you were able to just start pushing this pawn down the board.
Indeed, but I also thought like maybe it's better not to touch this pawn, but better play bishop e4, queen f2, queen h4, and slowly mate. And then okay, after the game I checked the engine, and it very briefly, and it probably supports this idea, like bishop e4 and played for mate positionally. But here, okay, I calculated this line until the endgame, and I thought that probably I have some nice chances to convert it.
This move, knight b6, is a beautiful move. The queen sacrifice as well. You said you calculated.
Okay, that's not a queen sacrifice.
Not a true sacrifice, of course. Where did you stop calculating? Was it here?
About here, yeah, about here. So it looks like since he can't take my knight on my bishop on d8, and his knight on b6 is really stuck, and okay, he has so many weaknesses. I think it's more or less, technical state of the game.
Ended up winning. Now, you have nothing to gain from Grand Chess Tour points in this event. Do you take any pleasure in maybe knocking some of the leaders who are desperate for Grand Chess Tour points at all?
I don't like hurting other people.
Then why do you play chess?
No, I play chess just for fun. Come on.
Well,
at least here.
This year you have a big event coming up in November. Is this a warm-up for that event?
Yes, it's like a part of the preparation. So, it's difficult to find a tournament, but if you, participate in the whole tour, it's maybe a little bit too busy. So I decided like play only rapid parts, and then maybe I'll take part in Stavanger tournament. And this is probably my last rapid event until November.
All right, well, doing well so far. Good luck
Thank
in
you.
the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Nepo. Beautiful games. That interview reminds me of a comment that Michael Tal made. He had just lost the return match for the World Chess Championship, and he was asked about it, and Michael Tal said, well, yes, the Russian children are very happy because now they can go back to learning how to protect their pieces instead of sacrificing them. And Nepo definitely enjoys sacrificing his pieces. 2 games left in this third round. It feels like, well, that white is for choice in the game of Duda, because basically the way I see it, big fight over the C file. And it seems to me that white is going to be the first one able to play rook c1 and rook c2. That's not the whole story, because this pawn on a3 is a nice pawn. If black can ever get a construction where his knight is on b4, it could work out. It could work out very well for black. What's your take on this position, Christian?
Yes, you're definitely right on that one, Yasser. Quite an intriguing game. A lot of maneuvering is going to go on in this one. Very interesting, and a lot of nuances that I've been spotting throughout my analysis. He played this move queen to a6, which in fact is a slight inaccuracy, for the simple fact that much better would have been the very interesting move g5.
Whoa.
This doesn't, it's a bit unnatural because you don't want to allow my knight to go on such a nice outpost on h5, ready to jump to f6, potentially to g7, just create havoc in black's position. But the thing is that after queen to a6, this knight on h5 is going to be a little bit out of play and is going to allow my pieces to coordinate on the queen side. My king is actually not as weak in the center for the time being. If you exchange the queens, then obviously after rook takes a6, this knight is completely out of play. The play is going to be on the queen side. I'm going to try to get bishop to c3 in if I can, king to e7, get the rook to c8, just try to build up my attack on the queen side without the queens, because with this pawn on a3 anything can happen. If I take at some point sacrifice on b3 and get that pawn rolling down the board, you're going to be in deep danger. But he played a move a6, and white had a big choice to make right now. Allow the queen trade or play the move queen to c2. Queen to c2, now that g5 was not played, allows my knight to return to d3. And that's going to kick this bishop away from b4, because generally when the knight comes to d3, you want to have the bishop on c3. Unfortunately for black, that's not going to be allowed in this instance. He did not do that. We've seen queen takes d3, bishop e3 was played, queen takes d3, knight takes d3, knight db8. This knight is going towards a6, and black has quite an interesting play on the queen side. But let's go to Maurice in Zagreb with a guest.
Indeed, not just any guest as well. We just had a world champion challenger. We have a world champion, 5-time world champion, and other titles too numerous to count. Vishwanathan Anand. Vishy, you're playing again for the first time after something like 16 months. What does it feel like to be in the hall, touching the chess pieces, moving them on the board with some hostility?
It started to come back, but the first game was, it felt very strange. There were several moments where I realized, I have to make a move now, because when you're sitting at home, you're always in an analysis mode, and suddenly you actually have to make a decision. I may have 2 good continuations, but I have to choose one. So it was, but okay, I'm happy I got through today.
Were there some nerves involved? Did you feel those good old nervous tension?
Oh yeah, definitely before coming here, before the game and all, I had the usual attack of nerves. It was almost nice to remember it, but
you also hadn't traveled in a while as well. You mentioned something like 375 days without being on an airplane. That's got to be something strange for you.
Yes, airplane to airplane. So I landed in Bangalore on, No, I landed in Chennai from Bangalore on the 6th of June, and I flew out on the 16th of June. So that was 375 days. And but okay, that's a couple of weeks back, and of course the flight was no problem. But playing, that's another story.
Before we get to this position in the game, you're here in this event with Gary. It's got to be special. It's a mix of generations. You've got you and Gary played a match in '95. We got people in this tournament who weren't born before '95. What do you feel about this incredible mix of ages and top players?
Actually, it's kind of nice. There is, I don't know how to divide it, but part of the tournament is going to be like a flashback, me and Gary. And that also didn't happen very often. I mean, we played a couple of times in St. Louis and then here. And then I've got the rest of the field. So I'll almost like dividing into two. But we'll get to blitz when we get to blitz.
Indeed, you will. This position we have here, just one moment in the game where you decided to sacrifice on F5. When you played it, did you think you were breaking through?
It was kind of consequential because by the time I got here, I mean, I went Queen H2, which is a mistake, I guess. Well, the comp says Rook H6. In fact, my Queen is doing a great job defending here, so I don't need to go there. He went King F7, and now I was in this thing of having said A, I'm going to say B, and the hell with it. Because by now I'd seen Bishop D3 appear in my thing, and I knew that I had bungled it. But I just went ahead. In fact, probably because I thought that I didn't have Queen H7. I thought I had to crawl back to D2. But apparently, I could have done the same. I could have gone Queen H7, taken on G6, and gone Bishop C3, which thing. But later on, I saw Bishop C3 because when I got here, my original plan was this. So if he goes King D7, what I had calculated was Queen takes A6, check, King A2, Rook A8, and now E6 wins.
Right.
And King C7, Bishop E5, and it's a nice thing where the connection of the rooks has to be broken. So having calculated this, I was very excited when I went to Queen H2 and sacrificed, and then realized, of course, he doesn't even need to take on G6, actually. So that was strange for me. He could play H6, and it's just a long-term thing. It's quite. I'm quite surprised he took on G6, but because one move earlier I had blundered, and so on. I mean, we don't want to get too far away, but I was looking for this, and once we got here, I realized I don't have a move. All my pieces can't come back. Though maybe Queen G3 is good. Oh, sorry, Queen G2. But I didn't see a move because if both the rooks land in Bishop D3 check lines. And then I was happy when I saw Bishop C3 and I knew, okay, the opposite color bishop ending, but that's going to be easy.
Life is good. Your start then, satisfied with the day and feel like you got rid of the nerves and the rust?
A bit. I mean, I was, it's a bit careless to lose the second one, but given the fact that I was even lucky in the first one, I think I'll take it.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you play your games. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Sure. Thanks.
Guys.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Vichy. We're rooting for you. Defend our generation and like this idea of your upcoming Blitz games with Gary. They'll certainly be on our agenda as well. Christian, what do you have for us?
Well, one of, let's say, my generation, yeah, that is Ivan Saric, who is 30 years of age, my generation. He beat me a few times in the World Youth Championships.
Oh, really?
He
you
did.
guys
he
crossed
did.
swords, did you?
I know him for 20 plus years. I've played him quite a few times. I drew him once, and I did lose once, at least in classical chess, but we did have some battles in rapid and blitz games as well. I remember I played him the first time when I was, let's say, 8 years of age, something along those lines. We played 8 years of age, yes, at the World Youth under 10, if I'm not mistaken. And we played this exchange Ruy Lopez. And I was very happy with the exchange Ruy Lopez. I just take on C6, go castle, and just have a nice game. He completely dismantled me with the two bishops. That's not how 8 years old kids are playing. They're playing tactical chess, you know?
Right.
He was just a master with the two bishops, and that really impressed me. Of course, then he went on to become 2700, win the European Championship, just a superstar in his own country. But right now, he's facing the world superstars, and it's tough. It's tough against these guys, and this is exactly what's happening in this game against Anish Giri. As we were mentioning, this bishop on g3 is going to be stuck forever. There's actually no way to get out. You're going to go d4. I'm not even going to watch that pawn. I'm not going to take that pawn. I'm going to let you take on e5. I'm going to take back and reconstruct this cage, this prison for the bishop on g3. And I mean, right now, black is just strolling down to the victory path because there's absolutely nothing white can do. I'm just going to go knight to e6 next move. I'm going to activate my pieces. You still have to go king to e2 to activate your rook. That move, king to e2, potentially will bring the king on, let's say, a dangerous square, potentially knight to f4. I have to be very careful. I don't want to play knight f4 and allow you to give that bishop. Only under special circumstances. I can just simply recycle this knight from h5 to e6 and then start pushing the h-pawn potentially to try to hinder the position of this bishop even more than it is right now. So to be honest, black at this point is just strolling down the victory path, and Ivan knows it. He only has 4 minutes on the clock. Anish Giri has 10 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and he's feeling it. He's in his element. I'm going to offer,
a very nice position.
Exactly, and I'm going to offer the exchanges. You want to take on e6? Take on e6. What I do want to exchange is all the pieces up until that bishop on g3.
Right.
I want to keep that bishop on g3, and that's just going to be game over.
Exactly. Well, this move, knight e6, are really laying down the law here. Are you going to play a move like queen a6 and look for some counterplay? It doesn't look like it's very nice. Turning our attention to the other game, I really like this move that Duda played after the move rook h8. I'll just take you back to that moment. I love this move b3, b4. Why did I double my rooks down the c file? Because I want to land on c7. Please, welcome. Capture my pawn as you like with the bishop, whatever. I'm going to trade twice on the b4 square, and I'm going to land on rook c7 with impact. You can't take the pawn, but the move b5 is a really huge threat. So knight a7, knight c5 check, and now we transformed this b3 pawn, and it's actually a very useful pawn on c5. Now white's rooks are going to reload. This pawn on a3 can be potentially weak as well. King can also come to d3. I like the way white has played so far, and it feels to me like Jordan messed up a little. He played this move rook c8, and then he went back. So it doesn't feel like he's completely happy, and it does feel to me, just like you were saying, that Anish is feeling it, and we did see the move bishop takes e6. I like what you said. Trade the pieces. Trade as many pieces you can. I just want to leave black, pardon me, with the bishop on g3.
There is a drawback to that.
Please.
So let's look at your board, Yasser. If after queen takes e6, we exchange everything. Now that pawn is no longer on f7, so I don't have this option of playing f6 and reinforcing that pawn on e5. Crucial pawn on e5 to keep that cage going. So right now, potentially, as you are pointing out, white can play the move d4, and that's going to ask a question.
Yeah, maybe prefacing it even first with the move knight to c5, but in any case, the point you're making is that when your pawn is on f7, you get to play f6 and keep the cage.
Exactly.
When the pawn is on e6, I can break out of the cage with the move d4. If you take, probably I can recapture, but also bishop takes d6. It still feels like it's all on black side.
I don't think we're going to see queen takes e6. I think we're going to see a take back with the f pawn.
Let me just refresh my board by going back and forth. And by the way,
and just as I said that,
yes, it's a commentator's curse, right? I mean, the moment you say this guy can't miss,
just as I said that,
queen takes e6 on the board, and Sarge saying, "This is my opportunity to break out of my problem." By the way, he doesn't even have to rush the move d4. He can preface it with king e2 and rook b1, which we're about to see.
Exactly
he just played
what
it.
He's going for.
I mean, d3, d4 is not running away.
Now, my question for you, Yasser, is: do I have any tricks like g4?
No.
No, I don't.
No. G3, G4. I'm just going to ignore it. I think the move King E2 is the prelude to this really strong idea of rook to B1 with a tempo against the bishop. And again, this rook can menace a rook B7 check. If you throw in G4, and again, I'm welcoming that move because I do have the square F3 covered. I'll just slide over, and you know, you're not doing anything to disturb.
I have to say, it seems like Anish has misplayed this. Knight to E6.
I was about to say, it just feels, it feels like the timing, maybe right here the move Knight E6 was wrong.
We
maybe
said
something
it. Let's play
like
Knight G7 first.
and then prepare the move Knight E6.
Exactly.
But having said that, Saric has seized his chance with the move King E2.
We have Rook A8 and Rook B1 on the board right now.
Well, I must say, I mean, if White gets to land on B7, this game could be completely turned around.
Exactly, and D4 is going to come at some point. So for example, if you play something along the lines of bishop to C5, then I can go knight to C4, eyeing that pawn on D6, and at the right moment, which is going to be very soon, I'm going to play D4.
Exactly.
And who's to be preferred in this position? I no longer know.
I feel you. I hear exactly what you're saying. This game could be a very big turnaround. We'll keep our eye on that as we jump back and forth. And I don't want to call them juniors. They're certainly not juniors.
Not anymore.
But the two youngest players in the field, how do we reckon the score stands at the moment? I see these knights. They look a little awkward on B5 and C7. That's not the construction you want. In fact, you want the knight to be on C4, let's be honest. That's
the famous superfluous knights.
Superfluous knights. It's not, it feels bad.
Yes, it
yeah,
does.
like what are they doing there? King D3 was played, but I was also about ready to reach across the board and try to land a bishop on D6, even potential ideas of rook B6. The knights look a little bit wrong, but at the moment, no
I think we're
breakthroughs
probably
for
going
white.
to see something along the lines of black trying to exchange a pair of rooks with rook A6.
Rook A6, you reckon? Okay. Do I want a pair? I'm thinking in the back of my mind that I always have H3, H4 as a move to wreck the king side.
And that is a very good point, because that knight on F3 doesn't look like it's playing an active role, but that can change.
Yeah, it could change if I can get in H4 in a nice way, where I get to recapture with the rook. Then this bishop on D2, which looks passive, could play a role. Okay, again, one of those strategic games that could easily turn on a single move, in fact. We'll go back to our game of Ivan Saric. Again, it's team Ivan Saric and Garry Kasparov. I'm sure Gary is a very, very interested kibitzer in this game after the move rook b1. Again, if I just forced you a knee-jerk, which side would you like? Which side would you prefer?
I would still pick black, just because that bishop on G3 is still not out. Nevertheless, I understand that the position has completely changed from what it was a few moves ago before the queen trade and that move knight to E6. I just don't understand. You don't make those type of moves, committal moves like that. Play the move knight to G7, and knight on H5 is not going to go anywhere else. You're not going to go to F4, because that's going to allow bishop takes F4. You're not going to exchange that for the bishop on G3. Go knight G7, reroute that knight to E6, take back on E6 with the knight, and the key idea in the position is to keep that pawn on F7, ready to go to F6 and trap the bishop on G3. That's not what happened. D4 is always going to be on the menu right now. Knight to C4 is going to come. I like white. I think it's more or less close to equality at this point.
Ooh, rook b2. That seems...
It's okay, I think.
Well, wait a minute. Wasn't the aggressive rook check to be preferred? After all, knight g7 allows right away the move d4 because any trades, trades on d4 allow bishop takes d6 at the end of the line.
No, I would
and
go
if you
king
go
g6.
king to g6, I was thinking that my rook would come across, but you do have the move king f6 and
Well, rook h7, and then maybe we're going to go for a draw. I don't know.
yeah, I was thinking that with the move rook b7, I have a repetition, but maybe I have more. Rook b2 struck me as
Well, we have rook b2,
passive.
king g6, knight to c4. D4 is coming on the board. King to f6.
already played.
Already played. And now
played.
another problem with the rook on b2 is that whenever you play the move d4 and we exchange on d4, that bishop is going to land on d4 with a tempo on the
Against
rook
the
on
rook.
b2.
Exactly.
That could be a detail that doesn't look like much right now, but could potentially change the whole outcome of the game later on. Let's see whether white is ready to go with this d4, or he's going to prepare that with the
Well,
move rook to
let me
d2.
just ask the question. Let's say I do play d4.
Let's look at that.
Do you take on g3? The reason why I ask if you take on g3, a move that you really don't want to play, is because takes does allow the potential of e5 check, and I could end up with a passer.
I
on
think I will
d6.
take on d4, but this is one thing we need to look at is the fact that Ivan Saric only has 40 seconds on his clock right now.
Yeah, when you're so down on the time, you're not looking for active, aggressive play. Rather, you tend to
Never
think
mind,
in terms
2
of
minutes and 40 seconds. That's my bad.
your bad. But yeah, rook b2, rook d2. I'm sorry, in Seattle we refer to this as seizing the defensive, and that rook on the open b file, to my way of thinking, was so nice, that I wanted to penetrate the opponent's camp with the move rook b7, and to play rook d2, seizing the defensive. Time
He went
is going
back,
to be
rook to d2, then rook to b2. Now
I
he's
thought rook
offering a
d2,
draw.
he was intimating that he wanted to play d4, and the moment he could play the move d4, he refused. Because,
Well, he couldn't
there was
because
rook a4.
the rook was on a4.
Apologies.
That was
yeah.
a very smart way of stopping white from going d4, because the knight on c4 would lose its defender on d3. Very smart play by Anish. And now after rook to b2 back, he played the move rook to a1. So he changed the position to a much more active square.
And it's kind of a nice play by Anish, because a moment ago the rook was on a4, denying the possibility of d4 because this knight on c4 would be hanging. And now I wanted to just say that with the rook on a1, if you go back to d2, I can do it from the other direction. I can prevent the move d4 from being played, because in this case the knight would also be hanging after trades, and the rook on c1 will be attacking the knight. Takes, bishop to b4. So again, problems creeping up in Ivan's position.
No, absolutely, and he has to time that d4 precisely, because you can play d4, but if you're going to lose a pawn in the process and you're going to end up with bishop versus knight, because black is most likely going to have to take on g3 in the process, then you could be in trouble. Even if the pawns are equal, with that rook invading on the first rank, going to h1, going to f1, if the king goes away from e2, I have a lot of options with that rook. And let's not forget, after knight takes g3, you have another big decision to make. If you take with the h-pawn, that's going to open up the possibility of me creating a pass pawn
with
via h5, h4. If you take with the f-pawn, on the other hand, that leaves a weakness on h2. I can go rook to h1, attack that weakness, kind of harass you on that side. Also opens up the diagonal of the bishop. It's a big decision to make. d4 has to be timed perfectly.
And by the way, he did play knight e3, but again, I thought that everything from what you were saying led me to the belief that I was going to have to play this move regardless, and after a move like d4 takes, to jump in with e5 check and to make a mess of things. Instead, Ivan, still slow playing the position, believing that his position's solid enough, has chosen the move knight e3. And like you say, a big test is what are you going to do if I play move knight takes g3 check? If you play with the, if you recapture, pardon me, with the f pawn, then rook on h1 could leave this pawn on h2 very tender. If you take with the h pawn, then h5 may create a pass pawn. For Anish, how much time does he have left?
2 minutes and 25 seconds and counting. And
definitely keep our eye on this game. But let's turn again to the game of the youths, as they say. Definitely big things have happened here, as Jordan did not play for that idea of rook a6. Instead, he played h5. He said, I'm not going to wait around for you to get, not going to wait around for you to play rook h1 and h4. I'll play h5 myself, sacrificing a pawn, and playing rook h4 is Jordan. Is this good? I have some doubts. Rook to b6. Wow.
Well, it's not even about whether it's good or not. He plays fast chess right now, and he has amassed a huge time advantage.
Really?
4 minutes for Jordan, and Duda only has 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Complicated position, 30 seconds on the clock, playing against an attacking genius such as Jordan. This is going to be a tough one.
Okay, but what Duda has just done with his bishop e3 move is he's reinforced the pawn on d4, and now he very much wants to play the move knight takes f7. And if you do make a defensive reaction like rook f8, which is an obvious defensive reaction, rook b7, and I feel that Black's forces
I think
are
after
getting
rook
tied up.
f8, also knight h7 might be a problem.
Knight h7. Oh, that's just a visual. That deserves... look at that. Not only do you hit that rook, but you also threaten knight f6, hitting that rook and hitting that king. That's all she wrote, which is enough reason for us to play the move bishop e3. By the way,
how do you defend
knight
that f7
takes
pawn?
d4.
Well, the problem with that is that I will take back on d4, and when you take that knight on g5, I'm going to pin you down, rook to b7, and I don't think there's any way you can defend against that. Rook c8, bishop to b6. I have too many attackers against that knight on c7. You don't have enough defenders. You lose the piece.
Precisely. That's why we love pinned pieces. Pile up against the pinned pieces, especially absolute pins. The move rook b7 would absolutely pin the knight on c7 to the king. On d7, knight takes d4 is a no-no. Can't do it, but if I can't do that, I'm in trouble.
Well, Jordan knows it. Because
yeah, Jordan just stopped too. I mean, he's sitting there saying, okay, we've all lost games like this in our lives. We keep, you want to chase away the rook, not so fast. Rook takes c7 check, followed by rook takes a7 is a winner. So that rook on b6 is there. In the meanwhile,
he did play rook to a6. We do have rook to b7, and I'm rook to b8 on the board. Wow. So what he was afraid of with a rook to b7
had to be rook c6.
Had to be rook c6. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. So that was why he played rook to b8, which actually makes a great deal of sense because you're ready to swing over here.
And that's exactly what he did. He played rook to c6.
Rook to c6 on the board. And we could swing over to, first of all, we should trade rooks, I believe. That has got to be the way to go. Trade rooks, king takes, and, well, slurp a pawn. Not bad.
You can take that pawn, yeah. And now the question
also, I could maybe, actually, I think, you know, I love the knight on g5.
Okay.
The knight on g5.
But if you go rook f8, I can take on d4.
Exactly.
Knight takes d4.
Darn it.
Wait, what happened?
Rook c, what? What just happened? I just have to refresh my board.
Okay, we have the live board right now.
Us.
King to d7 was played.
Oh, rook to d8, rook c6, rook to d8 check. How you like them apples?
King takes d8, rook c6. He's trying to preserve that active rook.
But isn't knight takes d4 the problem now?
Knight takes d4 is a move.
Yeah, he has played rook b6, so knight takes d4 is a legit move.
Well, the problem with knight takes d4, you also have to be careful with knight h7.
As well as rook b4. How about that? That's a moment ago we had a pin in it against the king.
Yep.
Then
You
we
cannot
have a
take it, and he
relative
understands
pin
it.
with rook b4. Jordan picked up on that, and instead
He's going for
played-
the a2 pawn.
He's played rook to g1. Pardon me, rook to g1, as you said, going after the a2 pawn.
Knight takes f7, we have
On
on,
the board.
the board. Now we're expecting rook to a1.
No much choice, but after rook a1, knight d6 is going to land with authority.
Rook to d1 first.
Rook to d1 check.
Oh, he might have missed this.
Why king?
Now, whenever you're going to put the king on the second rank, I'm going to
Then
take that
you go
a2
rook
pawn,
a1, and if I go king b3, you got rook b1
rook
check.
b1.
5
5
seconds. Uh-oh.
Bishop
And
to
bishop
d2,
to
wow.
and
in the
a
last
nervous
second.
bishop to d2 it was. Oh, that wasn't an instantly played move. I think this move, rook d1, caught Duda unawares. Now there, once again, knight takes d4,
And he
rears
plays it.
its head, and we've seen it. Not
Big
much
moment right now for Duda to try to find a defensive structure. It's not looking good.
And he's played king to e3, not the first move you might have expected. Things have changed completely in this game. The knight on c7 doing a yeoman's job of defending the pawn on e6, but now it feels to me, well, Jordan's looking as well, like where do I go from here? I can play my knight back
To f5 maybe, or to b5.
or back to b5, I was thinking.
But if I go knight f5, and then I go rook to a1.
Possibly knight c6, just keeping an eye on, you know what? I really do like the move knight to c6.
I like it too.
I'm keeping an eye on the e5 pawn, but I'm preparing d4 and rook a1 both. Knight f5 check was his choice. King d3.
He goes for that pawn. I mean, that pawn is falling, and I'm not sure how you're getting anything back.
Well, just a second. There is rook a7, is there not?
Knight to d6.
Knight to
was
d6.
played. Well, the problem with rook b7, I don't think you're in time. I think I'm
just going to
to
go bishop a5.
Knight to e7. Wow.
Whoa. We're seeing some really nice highfalutin chess moves here. Look at this, knight e7. Saying you can have the d6 square. Well, you don't see that very often. Rook to b7 with the threat of knight to b5, as well as bishop a5.
And now he gets his knight to c6 where you wanted it all along.
But wait a minute, what is knight b5, what? What happened?
Well, knight b5, I think maybe you have to contend with
e5 is hanging.
knight takes e5 as well, and then king c6.
So bishop c3 defends the e5 pawn, and it preps knight b5, which, by the way, is a monster threat.
I think he missed this move.
No question about it. With such little time on the clock,
He missed it.
you feel like your brain is like a Ferrari. It's just roaring at you, and you're seeing moves really, really fast. But I think Jordan missed this beautiful move, bishop c3.
30 seconds for Jordan, 20 seconds for Duda. He has built his time back.
And again, Jordan facing a real knockout blow with the move knight b5. And now he's hesitating. Rook takes a2, knight b5. And what on earth is black going to do
There's
against
not
rook
much you
c7?
can do. Knight takes e5 was played.
Knight
now
what? How many
You're going
pieces?
to meet bishop takes e5 with king c6. It's the only way to try to get into some sort of a drawish endgame.
Whoa, nice try. But let's jump quickly to Maurice. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, as that game is developing, the game between Anish Giri and Saric has totally turned around completely. We were talking about possibly Anish maybe winning the game, but look at this position, guys. Anish slowly but surely gave away a straight pawn, and in desperation now, I'm just going to jump down to the current position. Look at this position. It's completely crushing
Šarić is winning the game against Anish. Anish needs to win this tournament or at least perform well in order to have any chance on the tour. But the Croatian superstar defended bravely and is now defeating Anish Giri. An incredible turn of events.
Thank you for that. And speaking of a turn of events, it seems to me that this game is over. It's not that you're getting a rook and bishop versus rook. No, it's not even close. In fact, your pawns aren't doing a darn thing for you. The pawn on e6 and d5 are going nowhere. In the meanwhile, that bishop on e5 is just a monster. And whoa, why did he really need to play rook check? Why didn't he just play rook a7?
Well, he's trying to take that e-pawn. That's a key. So I'm expecting rook to b6. But now the question is, will that a-pawn make any difference at all? He goes king to d4, trying to activate the king first. And he decides not to allow king to c5. That's a very smart decision by Jordan. King to d3 goes back. We're going to see a repetition here.
I'm really questioning that choice of rook to b7. I thought he was just winning simply, like very, very simply with the move rook a7. But okay, I'm sure he still hasn't completely blown it. But rook c4, I kind of feel like...
So we're going to see rook b6 on the board, right? We have to go for that e-pawn. If we don't get the e-pawn, then there's no way to win this. Okay. Rook to b6, then we're going to see a2 most likely. Rook takes e6.
And then king b3.
Let's see. Let's see. They're going for
play rook b6. They're following our analysis. Rook b6, a2. Well, you're going to take the pawn on e6. That was what it was all about. Now, after king b3, we anticipate
I'm expecting rook to e4. I'm expecting rook to e4, getting ready to sacrifice that rook. He decides for king b5.
Well, the problem is that once white plays the move rook a6, white's rook is ideal. It's behind. But we're going to jump quickly to the other game as we think that Ivan Šarić is on the verge, the precipice of victory.
Oh, wow. What a turn of events this would be.
And he's just played the move king f7, which basically ensures that after he plays e8, there goes the rook.
And I'm telling you, there is one very happy man watching this game.
Yeah, right I know who you're thinking of as well. Gary Kasparov is saying, yeah, that's my guy. That's my guy. The guy on the white side. That's who I'm playing with. Nice.
These wildcards have just been brilliant up to this point. In Paris as well, we've seen back row just playing incredible chess. And right now, Ivan is holding on. He held on an impossible position with that bishop on g3, and now he's in a winning situation. What a turn of events.
Remarkable turn of events, just as Marie said. So that game we do expect to end in a victory for white.
I think we're going to see a resignation soon, so let's stick with this one. King to e6.
And you just play rook to
did he miss that move?
No, rook h7.
Wait a minute, did he miss that move?
No, rook h7, king
to f5.
f5, rook h4.
But then I go d4.
Yeah, and then I go king e7.
And when I go d3, you take
then I take the pawn. Come to me. Boris said to that. Boris Spassky often spoke openly at the board. And he said to me, come to me, my melancholy baby.
That's like, a very nice concept. That is a beautiful concept. Let's see if he sees it. It's not an easy one. Rook to h7 was played.
Yes.
King to f5 on the board. Rook to h4. Ooh, he took it. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm sure he's winning this as well.
Yes, he is.
King d7, king c6. And you just come back towards the pawn. King c6.
You're one move away, but one move away is one move too many.
And king
d3,
c5.
king to c4, d2, rook to d3.
Exactly. It was funny, the way he was playing the move king c4, he was also reaching out with his hand like, I'm ready to accept your resignation. Very nice, Ivan. Let's go back to, a draw.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Duda will feel like he let one get away. Where did he go wrong? when we left it, we were just thinking that this game was all but in the bag. He played the move f5. Was that where you was it?
I was looking at. I was trying to figure out when that happened. No, I have to give props to Jordan. That move knight takes e5 was key. Without that move knight takes e5, being 2 pieces down for 1 second, one move, and allowing that king to get back to c6, that was the saving grace. If you don't play that move knight takes e5, you lose
just resign.
the rook on knight on c7, the game is over.
Right.
Brilliant defense. And now after king to c6, it looks like maybe, at least for the moment, that a3 pawn is going to give you enough counter chances to make a draw. And let's check with the engine, because
first of all, I was thinking that it was a big decision. Rook takes c7 and f4 sure looked like victory was assured, but there was also knight c3, king takes b7 and knight takes a2. In either case, it felt to me like victory should be assured.
Oh yeah, sir. Check this out. Check this out. In this position,
you go
after
for
king
checkmate?
takes b5, where can the rook go? There is only one square where the rook can go. That is f2.
Right. Bishop
I'm just going to take that away from you. That rook is trapped right
Right.
now. And the only way to take it out, you cannot go rook to b2, you cannot go rook to a1. The only way to take it out is try to go king to c6. But now I'm just going to go to c6, king to b3, and now I can give a check first, kick the king away, and then take on e6. I can also just simply take on e6.
So
But
you get the game
I really
version.
like this move. I really like this move because right now you still don't have rook to c2. Your rook is still trapped. And that's the key.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's like the game, but f2, f4, very, very seductive move.
That allows-
How can you not play it? The pawn was attacked.
Exactly.
You support the bishop, but king e3 traps the rook instead. A big,
It's like a
big,
study move.
Big miss. Talk about round 3. How many decisive games did we see? We've seen a number of decisive games in each and every round.
That's
Christian.
actually a very good question. I think only one. I think the only decisive game was the last one that we watched, Saric against Anish. That's the only decisive game.
Well, it felt like all the games at one moment might be decisive. It was just one of those rounds. Well, an enthralling first round of action as the players are looking at, you see Anish, you know, where did Anish go wrong in that game?
Well, actually,
maybe it was just that 96
We'll look
move?
at that in just a second. I just want to say that, can I take back Anish, my pick, and take somebody else?
Of course.
Anybody. Give me anybody.
Of course.
Oh, my goodness.
Of course you can.
No, Anish is just not in his element, it seems like. I was expecting him to do really well.
He had a
but
very good position.
this one was a good position. You cannot miss these chances.
Yeah, he just let it slip out of his fingers. I'm just, again, curious where the engine felt that Anish really let it slip, because, again, we thought that his position was just...
Well, 96 was definitely a bad move.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to find the moment where he actually became worse in this game. So as we were expecting in this position after rook to a6, rook to d4, and we were talking about timing and how important it is for white to time this one well. Well, he timed it definitely, probably the best, because
perfectly with the knight on c2.
Perfect. The knight on c2 is such a beautiful restrictive piece that rook is not going to a1 to invade, as we were mentioning in our analysis. It just restricts the bishop as well. It's like very beautiful, like a spider on c2, just controlling absolutely every single square. d4 was played, rook to b6, rook to d8, e takes d4, c takes d4. To be honest, right now, is white who's playing for a victory. Right. And right now, the bishop cannot go back to b6, cannot fend off the attack on the d6 pawn, and the game was simply lost. It's already pretty bad, because you're going to lose a pawn by force. You have to go bishop b4. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to take on d6. I think he missed this move, rook to d8, Anish, that is. But to be honest, at this point...
That looks like... an easy move for
you can
white to play.
this, and then drop the bishop back to a7, and this is what the computer is preferring.
Suggesting.
But allowing the spin with rook a8 is just not a very natural way to continue this game. So I think he just got confused. He got low on time, and he made a mistake, and he had to pay for it.
Well, this is where we stand after 3 rounds of rapid, as the challenger, Nepo, is on top with a big fat 5, and everybody else, except for the 2 bottom players, are at 50%, Christian.
Yep, absolutely. We have MVL, we have Grichuk, Shahriar Mamediarov, Saric, a very nice finish, Anand. And talking about Saric, let's go to Maurice in Zagreb with the local hero.
Indeed, we're with Croatian superstar Ivan Šarić after a big win against Anish Giri. Ivan, you must be feeling great after closing the day against such a fantastic player.
Yeah, especially after first 2 rounds where I had very good positions, but unfortunately I scored only half point, and then this last game it started very bad. He completely outplayed me out of the opening, and I didn't like my position at all, but at some point when we traded the queens, I was feeling okay, yeah. I was thinking that I could save this game, and eventually he got a bit too optimistic and got carried away. And then we entered into a rook endgame with pawn up for me, which was quite unpleasant to defend with such a low time. Yeah, so I managed to win, and I'm very happy to finish the day.
Indeed. Do you feel, there's two-part question. Do you feel extra pressure being in Zagreb in front of your country men and women, and also playing on Team Kasparov, as he's been walking around, hovering around the tables?
No, I haven't even noticed Gary, so I don't feel any pressure at all considering him. And considering my play here in Zagreb also, I don't feel pressure. I'm just enjoying the games, enjoying playing with such a strong opposition, and hoping to somehow play my best chess here.
We were at dinner, and you said that you think you just need a decent score before Gary comes in. Are you feeling optimistic now?
Well, 50% is quite good for first day. So, especially with 2 blacks, I was unlucky with the drawing of lots with 2 blacks in the first round. But yeah, now I will have some white games, and I'm just thinking about the games, not the result itself. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm sure that the fans will be cheering tonight here in Croatia. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Ivan. Very sensible 50%. 2 blacks. I overlooked that fact for him. So he's doing very well.
He made very good use with the white pieces.
Yes, he did. Yes,
Got
he
a bit
did.
lucky in the end.
Sure.
But definitely, it's important that you stay resilient in this tournament.
Right.
Because you're going to feel under pressure in pretty much every single game. You're going to have worse positions very often, right? You have to be able to deal with those. And this is exactly what he's doing.
And not only that, but this idea that you don't want to have the target on your back. You don't want to get in this cycle where you lose a few games and then everybody say, oh, yeah, well, I've got to beat him. So very, very nice first round of rapid chess. It was marvelous to comment on the play. I really enjoyed everything. And let's just go to back to Zagreb for final thoughts with Maurice. Maurice.
Well, it was indeed an exciting day, guys. I got to say, 7 wins, all by white today. That was pretty telling. And exciting play. We saw Šarić. Of course the fans are happy when their wild card homie gets it done, especially against a guy like Anish. Gary Kasparov was cheering at the very end, I'm sure, feeling like, yes, just keep a good score until I get in there. I can't wait, as he's looking forward to getting in the blitz. We also saw Anand win a game as well. The legend can get it done, but it's all about Nepo. And game 2, that evisceration of Mamedurov, I want to go over that again because it was so sweet, so brilliant. He looks like the one everyone will have to chase in world champion challenger form. We're going to have a very exciting day tomorrow. I got to tell you one final thought. The Russians invited me to play basketball. Yeah, that's just make sure you have somebody look for me, okay? Because I don't like the sound of that. But
I agreed to go play. It's Grishchuk, it's Nepo, it's Putkin. So we'll see if I survive that as well. But we're having fun times here in Zagreb. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Well, watch over for the crossover dribble there from Brooklyn. You snap some ankles.
Don't break those ankles.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on, Maurice. Don't show too many moves on them.
We've had such an amazing day, Yasser, of chess.
Let's take a look at the standings first. And here we have them. Nepo looking regal at the very top, Christian.
Then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who started off pretty slowly but recovered quite nicely in the second round, that victory against Vichy Anand, and then drew his final game of the day. Alexander Grishchuk, 3 very peaceful draws. Shakhriyar Mamediyarov started off blazing hot, then he lost that masterpiece against Nepomniachtchi and then drew in the third round. Then we have Saric. We've just watched his game. What an amazing game that it was. What a resilient effort. Turnaround for sure. And then we have Vishwanathan Anand. He started off with a win against Jordan. Then he lost against MVL. And then he drew his game against the leader. Anton Korobov lost the first one. Then he won the second one. Quite a nice comeback for him. 3 points. Jan-Christoph Duda, very fighting draws he had.
Yes,
all
exactly.
of them.
Anything could have happened in his games, but 3 draws is how it turned out. And don't forget about our schedule.
And at the bottom of the table,
Yes.
Anish Giri and Jordan Van Forest. Anish is just not finding himself. But let's look at the schedule. Yes,
More rapid tomorrow. We'll have 3 rounds on Thursday, 3 more rounds of rapid on Friday. But then on the weekend, put this on your calendar, everybody, as we have 9 rounds of blitz on Saturday, 9 rounds of blitz on Sunday, featuring legends such as Garry Kasparov and Vichy Anand. You don't want to miss the action. And it was just great. Thank you all for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow for more Rapids and Grand Chess Tour action.
See you guys tomorrow.